It's here?
Yes.
Oh.
Welcome to the second evening session here at the Australian Open, and it is a massive night for a 19-year-old. Wildcard from America, Nishesh Basavaredi, who has absolutely been outstanding throughout the course of 2024. Was at college at Stanford for a couple of years, studying data science. He is now studying the world's greatest ever tennis player in Novak Djokovic, whom he takes on tonight. The 10-time Australian Open champion is his opponent. Basavaredi coming off a great week in Auckland, first ever semi-final at a tour event, and he has started 2025 just as he finished 2024. Well outside the world's top 400 he was, before going on a tear in the summer, winning 28 out of 35 matches, a couple of challenger titles, put himself inside the world's top 150. As there he is with his coach, Brian Smith, who's done such a wonderful job since he moved over to Indiana at the age of 8 with his dad, who was with Toyota. Came over from California, went to the same school as the legendary Rajiv Ram, who has been a great mentor to this 19-year-old. But look at him there, pacing, prowling. You know how that feels, the adrenaline pumping. On the biggest night of his life, up against one of his idols that he's watched on television, who he is going to be watching perform on the other side of the net. A night, of course, that has the extra bit of garnish as Novak steps out there with one of his great rivals in his corner for the very first time, a man that he's beaten on this court so many times in finals, stolen Andy Murray's dream, but has decided that Murray is the man to take him forward as he tries to accomplish something that nobody else has done. 25 Grand Slams. Can it come in 2025? Three-time major champion Andy Murray, as we welcome the 24-time Grand Slam champion, and of course a man that picked up the Olympic gold medal in Paris last year. A couple of other finals at Wimbledon and Shanghai. And a night that promises so much. The greatest tennis event in the world welcomes its greatest men's champion of all time.
He's living up to his nickname of the Rocket.
The names are John Newcombe and Jimmy Connors.
The new Australian champion, Mark Edmondson from Sydney.
Here it is.
Congratulations to Brian for winning the Australian Open.
And next Lander wins it.
Game, set, match, Lander.
Game, set, match, Korea. Sampras has won the title, his 9th Grand Slam.
The men's singles champion, Yevgeny Kafelnikov.
Agassi is the champion.
A sensational 6 for Federer down under.
Novak Djokovic.
Champion of Australia for a 10th time, Jannik Sinner. His maiden
It's
major.
men's singles first round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from the USA, Nishesh Basavaredi. And their opponent, world number 7 from Serbia, Novak Djokovic.
Unquestionably the greatest player of his generation. And where do you start with this man's statistics? First climbed the summit of the men's rankings back in July of 2011. He has spent 428 weeks as world #1 in different money. That translates to 8 years and 3 months as the best player in the world. 24 Grand Slam titles, Masters 1000 titles, 40 overall titles, 99. He's hunting down Federer's 103 and Connor's 109. Tonight, he takes on a 19-year-old who is making his debut at Grand Slam level. But all eyes won't be on Novak tonight, of course. They will also be on the coaching box. Both teams making their way there at the moment as Novak makes his way out to the middle.
Hello, Novak. Okay, gentlemen, couple of reminders. Regular change over time, and we have the shot clock on each corner, so keep an eye on it. And the towel boxes as well on each corner. So red for you, Novak. And Nishesh, you get the blue box, okay? And we have live ELC, including footfalls. Also, we have video reviews, 3 per set and 1 extra to tie break. So do it in a timely and a clear manner. If you want to review a call, like not up, touch, anything, okay?
And they bring the towels here, right?
No towels. I want to tell that, so ball kids cannot give you the towels. Ball kids cannot give you the towels. When I announce the score, after I announce the score, I start the clock. Okay? Any questions?
Just 3-4 white towels.
White towel, okay.
Can I get one more towel?
Yes. So, yeah, no problem. So, AO or John Newcomb?
John Newcomb, please.
John Newcomb is called Novak. So up in the air, and then a photo together. Oh, good. AO, Novak? Third. Please wait. Nice photo, turn around. Together. Thank you. Thank you. Go this way. Yeah.
Just making sure that everything is prepared prior to the warm-up as he hits a few balls with this man for the very first time. It's been a pre-season for Novak that's been in Margaret, also over in Thailand in Phuket, but for this man it has been a big change for him, of course. Just in early December did he decide to go pro and come out of the US college system in Stanford. He had a exceptional record there. 41 wins and 11 losses while studying data science, and as I said, just an absolute rapid rise up the rankings from outside the world's top 400 to inside the world's top 50. Couple of challenger titles for this man. Delighted to say that John Fitzgerald alongside me for tonight. John, what else is there to say about Novak?
Nothing. That's how I feel. I mean, what else can you say about this man, really? We're just filling space with what he's done and what he's achieved. It's quite extraordinary. You can't believe that someone in this era would ever achieve what he has.
A perfect 10-0 here when he's made the final, of course, of Australia. 3 French Opens, has lost 4 times in the final there, 7 Wimbledon titles, 3 losses. One of those, of course, coming to Andy in his first ever win at Wimbledon, and then the 4 US Open titles, a record-breaking 7 times. He was best of the best, Novak, at the year-end championships. That's what this man is up to tonight, and that is the reputation tax he possibly has to pay at some stage, particularly early on. That's often what happens.
It's a privilege, isn't it, Mark, to watch him play. And let's hope he continues a little longer, Novak, because it'll be a long time for all of us, probably not in our lifetimes, where we'll see someone achieve something like this. I feel for this young man, but what an experience for him. And there's, in some strange way, no pressure on this lad, except there is.
He's always been good, though. Nishesh, under-14 Orange Bowl champion. He was the best of the best as a junior. He was on the USA under-14 team that won the World Junior Team Finals in Czechia. Full house for Novak Djokovic on the Rod Laver Arena, and it does give us an opportunity to get down to Brian Smith. Brian, Mark Petchey here up in the commentary box. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations on what a wonderful job you've done with Nishesh. How's he feeling tonight as he takes on Novak?
I think he's just very excited about the opportunity to share the court with Novak in such a big stage. So I think he's really excited.
And tell me, what was it when he was 8 years old and he came to Indiana that made you realize he was so good? I know you coach Rajiv Ram. I know you've been around the professional atmosphere, but what was it about Nishesh that you saw so early on?
He always learned very, very fast. Saw the game, paid a lot of attention to the game, watched a lot of tennis, and just had like a confidence about him when he walked into the room. So,
Brian, how do you feel like he can hurt Novak tonight? That's a big key to him being competitive.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say. Novak's best player ever, so we're just hoping he can get a few cuts at him and play a nice match.
Okay. Brian, John Fitzgerald, just give us a quick snapshot. I lived in Newport Beach for 5 years, so I've got a soft spot for this lad already. But tell us what his strengths are, can you?
Strengths would be his backhand, his return, and probably his ability to make adjustments while playing.
We wish you well, mate.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Certainly do. And it's not been easy for him as well. He's had some big injuries, has Nishesh, on the way up. Back in 2016, just 11, he underwent knee surgery after dislocating his kneecap, and he incurred a cartilage problem which sidelined him for 9 months. A couple of years later, again, injury, heartbreak, when he tore his meniscus, and he was out for more than 15 months, and he had a second surgery on that meniscus. It has not been easy for him to get to this stage, despite the fact he is just 19 years old. Welcome to the big time. Welcome to the Australian Open, and welcome to the greatest player of his generation.
Novak Djokovic to serve. Ready? Play.
And a warm welcome to Josh Eagle, who's courtside. Always a special occasion watching Novak.
Yeah, it's just different, isn't it? Every time he walks onto the court, there's a real buzz, there's a silence here. I'm afraid to talk up because it's a big night, isn't it, for everyone involved? But a wonderful occasion for Basafareddy. This is what you want. No better learning opportunity than to play the greatest. You know, I think he's the greatest of all time. This is a real learning curve. This is so invaluable in your journey. So for me, I think he'd be really happy with his draw.
You know, I think not only has he got Novak down there, this is a massive court. The size of the court is something that you don't play on as a young player. It's a huge area out there on Rod Laver Arena, so sometimes that gets it takes a bit of time to get used to the surroundings and the feel. Doesn't feel normal.
14-15.
And by the way, the whole world is watching you.
Djokovic.
Djokovic doing what Djokovic does.
This game.
Such a good change of direction there from Novak.
Just got a feeling that most people who are invested in this match right now, including a lot of the crowd, we're all nervous. We're nervous to see what happens. We're nervous for this young man. We want him to be okay. I wonder how Novak would have, communicated to him beforehand, or whether he did at all, or whether he...
No, I don't think he did. I think there was just when they did the coin toss, that's when he sort of looked at him and said, hello.
Yeah.
So that whole walk of champions, there was separation, and no, I think that was the first time.
Well, as a competitor first,
if
you're Novak, you don't give an inch, and that's part of the process. If you put your arm around a young guy and say, you'll be okay, son, I'll look after you, it's not good for your end of the court.
Left second service.
Here's Brian Smith on the left. His brother, who's been travelling with him a fair bit. He went to Indiana University.
15-30.
His dad's also spent a few weeks on the road with him.
That's good. That'll give him some confidence.
30-all.
It's going to be hard to hold serve, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's at the good end. The wind is coming slightly down the court behind Nishesh's end, so he's just getting a little bit of extra help, a little bit of extra pop. So if he can just hold serve, gosh, that would feel great.
So, from a young player, I nearly said junior, but he's not.
40.
But he's close. He's 19 years of age. From a young player, that's the type of thing you see more often than an established player. Just for no reason at all. And there's the Newport Beach birthplace. I spent 5 years based in Newport Beach. What a beautiful part of the world. South of Los Angeles. Had 2 of my children born there.
I believe property prices went up substantially after you left.
When I left.
Oh, this man's owned this bit of valuable real estate 10 times already. And he doesn't miss too many of those. Just a little bit late getting behind that one. Well, as much as people feeling as though Basav already doesn't have a big enough serve to get enough free points, Novak generally chops down the big servers as well. So maybe just having a serve that can set up the point like this is going to be as effective.
Cain.
Well, that will make him feel better. Fantastic start for the youngster.
Now this is the one where Novak ended up just putting his hand knuckle down on the ground as he was sliding across.
Not sure there was much in that, Mark. Might have banged his knuckles a little bit. Didn't break skin, I don't think.
Mark, what's your thoughts with Andy Murray? I know you've actually coached Andy Murray yourself. What are you expecting tonight with his interaction? He's sitting courtside here, so he's in one of those 4 box seats courtside. What are you expecting from his sort of interaction with Novak tonight?
I'm expecting there will be some. I don't think it will be a massive amount. They obviously have talked out the details of how they want it to work. I know Brad Stein, who works with us on the World Feed and is looking after Tommy Paul today, was talking about how when the coaching rule came in, it took him and Tommy a couple of tournaments to kind of find their sweet spot with the sort of rules and how to utilize them to the best. And that'll probably be a little bit tonight for Andy.
Gee, I like the way he steps into the forehand, so he takes a bit of space away there.
15.
Goes inside the baseline when he sees the opportunity, and so he's behind the baseline there. This drops short and he goes straight inside, and that allows him to have more chance to hit a winner. In he goes. Good court awareness for a young player.
$14, 15. Left for service.
You don't win 28 matches out of 34 at the challenger level without being incredibly solid and having something just a little bit special. It may not be glaringly obvious in these opening 3 games, but this 19-year-old is a little special.
Game Djokovic.
Djokovic passes his second test on serve, and he leads 2-1.
Djokovic leads 2 games to 1.
Novak settling into his stride as this man comes out into very unfamiliar territory. And that was a big opening hole to serve. Look how long his eyes stayed on that ball.
Mark, just quickly, I'm interested in why you call him the greatest player of his generation. You think he's not the greatest of all time?
Well, I just think it's very difficult to judge because, you know, Grand Slams are played on, 3 were on grass and 1 was on clay. If 3 had been on clay in this era, Rafa would have been the king of stats. So he's undisputedly the king of this generation.
Thank you.
Fair call.
Time.
Only once lost to a player outside the world's top 100 at a Grand Slam in the course of his illustrious career, Novak, and there is confirmation of all those titles that he has. And that was against Islam here, of course, back in 2017. He was the only player outside of the world's top 100 that he's lost to. He did lose to a player outside the world's top 100 last year, Lucas Nardi, of course, at Indian Wells in a surprise upset.
In the 13 minutes so far, he's handled himself well. You cannot say he hasn't, I think. And
Love 15.
Powered him. There's a lot of new things happening tonight to him, though. His first ever best of 5 set match. And exponentially, you know, the difficulty factor of a 5-setter compared to a 3-setter is, you know, there's a big J curve there. So it's all new.
Love 30.
And of course, we talk about how players maintain level over periods of time. The better player they are, the better they maintain their level without the, you know, the peaks and valleys, particularly the valleys that occur. He likes that shot. But for the younger player, that's more likely to occur.
15,
so you're more likely
30.
to drop off for a period of time when you don't have the experience, the vast experience that his opponent has. We will see. But he tends to like that. He likes moving through that forehand on that wing, cutting the angle off to a degree. And he's hit some nice winners already there. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Go, young man. That's really good to see. Excellent volley. So he's got an all-court game, obviously. Beautiful volley there. And he didn't do anything more than he had to. And not a bad put away either. That was not easy.
Decent pace, 192, but more important was the location.
Left for service.
Oh, the full repertoire. How's that for settling down?
And 2 games on.
Do you think the guys in that box know how good these first couple of games have been? I'm sure they do, but you've got to admit his choice of shot is pretty mature. Great choice there.
So good.
Love 15.
And that is right out of the Djokovic playbook. He talked openly about those months away from being able to play with injuries when he was a young teenager. He's still a teenager, and how much tennis he watched and how quickly that furthered his development.
$15.
Are you not entertained already?
At 15-30.
Oh, that's good stuff. I was lost for words there, really. I mean, he's playing some stuff in the first few games that I didn't really expect, Mark, I've got to admit. And I know I'm sitting with the Dan Maskell of Melbourne Park here too, by the way. And I think that name might stick for those of you that can't remember the voice of Wimbledon. And we're having fun.
Clutch response from the 10-time champion.
$40-30.
Well, the fact that he's still with Novak at 2-2 in the first set might just throw Novak's good thoughts out the window for a young player who needed a bit of support. He'll be getting ready to really knuckle down now.
Deuce.
Just getting a sense that he's not feeling 100% at the moment at the back of the court there, Novak, on the last couple of points.
Yeah, we've seen him just take a few deep breaths and not totally comfortable. I'm sure he probably wasn't expecting his barrage early on as well. It's been a great start for Basafareddy. He's really made it physical right from the start. He's got some wheels, hasn't he, Basafareddy? He's athletic and packs a punch. Doesn't look very, strong physically compared to some of the modern day players, but boy, he can unleash on a forehand. So we're in for a show tonight.
You wouldn't expect his heaviness of shot, Josh, to be
absolutely
as much, but
yeah, it's a big ball. Right. It really is. We'll get the stats as this match goes on. I'm sure, we'll get to see the speed difference, but it seems like it's right up there. His top end is good.
Excellent second serve. Plenty of movement off the bounce. Basafareddy unable to catch up with it. Serbs happy.
Djokovic
happy. 3-2. Rajiv Ram joining proceedings here. Of course, former world #1 in doubles, 4-time Grand Slam champion in the men's doubles, 3 times at the US Open with Joe Salisbury, of course a champion here back in 2020 in also a couple of mixed doubles down under. It has been a very successful hunting ground for Rajiv Ram. Also a man that has been a mentor for Nishesh in terms of the college route that he went to. University of Illinois, where of course the CEO of Tennis Australia, Craig Tiley, was the coach of for many years. Welcome back, and welcome to Rajiv Ram, who's sitting in Nishesh's box, former world #1 doubles player. Also had a big impact, of course, on Basavareddy's career. Rajiv Ram Foundation handed out Basavareddy a $5,000 grant when he was struggling a little bit back in 2020 with the performances he'd put in. So credit to Rajiv, who's also been guiding this 19-year-old through the potential pitfalls of professional tennis.
Net for service.
Well, luck is good as long as it's not bad
luck.
Luck
15.
And as a young player in this situation, you don't want too much of that.
Got a nice little bump up out of the futures nice and quickly because of the tie-up between the ATP and ITA College Accelerator program. Depending on your ranking, you get the opportunity to get some main draw wildcards at Challengers $75,000 events. And $50,000. You can get almost up to 8 of those, and that's something that he utilized so
13,
superbly
15.
Last year. Those opportunities split between the main draw, people that are ranked in the top 10 in college, and then the others go into qualifying who are between 11 and 20. There's a whole host of other things that I won't bore you with, but that starts on the 1st of July each year. And of course the ATP Next Gen Accelerator program also rewards players who are age 20 and below, which of course Nishesh is, and ranked inside the world's top 50 by giving them a main draw wildcard into one ATP 250 tournament. So the tour's doing a really nice job of trying to get some of these younger players out of the trenches faster. Remember last year, Jakub Mensik, who knocked out Andrei Rublev in Dubai. That was a bit of a shock to everybody. Rublev going through a bit of a tough time, but his decision, Fitzy, as a good teenager, to decide whether to go to Doha or Dubai was because of the phone that he was going to get. A nice free phone. It's a good reason to go to one tournament or the other.
Cut it out. Yeah. They're the throwback days, aren't they? It's funny. composure is pretty exceptional, I've got to say.
Love 15.
And his spatial awareness of the rectangle, of what he can do, where he can be protected, what speed of shot to hit is also impressive.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, under the choice of shot, how hard to hit it. He chooses the right shot a lot of the time, doesn't he? And with his heart rate as high as it would be, that's impressive.
Get for service.
Maybe a 19-year-old doesn't experience nerves these days. Is Novak okay down there, Josh? What do you think?
I'm not so sure. We've seen Novak's wife there. Look, I think he just seems possibly a little bit frustrated, and we know he hasn't played this season yet in a live match, so that always has got to take its toll and feel a little different. But I definitely think Bassa Ferretti has stunned him with his performance and his form. It's been a great start from the young 19-year-old, and maybe just caught Novak off guard a little.
Oh, he's tagged up on the line. And not only has he introduced the ball to the line, but he's introduced himself to 3 break points. This is special.
$15-14.
Oh, yes, sir. Goodness me.
New balls, please.
He's caught us all off guard. And it's understated in the box. Impressive start from the youngster.
He's 4 games to 3.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot to be said for good advertising for US college tennis. I mean, they have produced some really great players. I know there's some limitations with it in terms of your ability to maybe make technical changes there, but boy, oh boy, if you're not quite ready to get out on the tour as Bassa Ferretti wasn't, you get to play so many matches in so many high pressurized situations at the top of the line, needing to pick up the point for your side, that you deliver when it matters.
Well, I think Bassa is ready now.
He is definitely ready. I mean, how good was that to sense that that was the moment that was going to get a slower second serve into his two-hander? He was just sitting on it.
And yeah, it's the choice of shot and the situation that has been more impressive than him actually hitting the ball.
Well, it may have been a slightly lower level than this, but he did pick up 49 match wins last year. His decision to go pro was determined by the fact he got the wild card into Australia, but also because he qualified for the next gen in Saudi Arabia. And of course, one of the weird things about college tennis right now is your image rights. You can make as much money off that as you like. You're seeing football players in the US, getting contracts that are close to sort of $3 million, but you can't pick up the prize money. So Nishesh, by the time he was just kind of getting on the outside of the world's top 100, decided that was the moment to make the move. Lots of money on offer in Saudi Arabia and here, of course. Never going to be easy to consolidate your break against the greatest returner of a tennis ball. But Josh, you were asking to see just where Basavaredi was sitting in terms of pace. That's it. And it's not too bad. Just a K slower off the backhand side and a couple of Ks down on the forehand.
Expected him after that return of serve to win that point. Against most players, that play would have won Novak the point.
30.
But the defensive skills followed up by the reversal sort of that point was, yep, as good as he's done all night, I think. And as you'd expect, surely you'd have to be breathing a little hard. But I think the champ is too, a little bit.
And 30-40.
It's amazing how many times he has had Novak outside the singles line. You would have thought Novak was going to dominate from the center and be sort of redistributing the ball all over, but it hasn't been the case.
There's a lot of this that doesn't add up to me, though. I'll explain in a second. Oh, good choice of shot again. Gee, that's good.
Is it starting to add up yet?
Well, you know, from the back of the court, I don't quite understand it. I mean, you talk about of a generation and who he's beaten from the back and who hasn't been able to beat him from the back, and yet for one set here, a 19-year-old comes onto the scene and nearly does. Just not convinced, Josh. I might need your help, but not totally convinced Novak's played a set that he'd want to remember. It's just a little bit below, isn't it?
Oh, I'm not so sure.
Really?
No. I think you're being a bit harsh there, Fitzy. You need to lift your attitude, mate. Come on. This guy's playing unbelievable, this youngster.
Well, I don't doubt that, and I think his shot selection's been incredible.
No, I think, look, you know, maybe he's not at his absolute best, Novak, but the ball striking's been pretty good. It's been clean. Yeah, he has been gesturing a little bit when he walks back deep at the court, as if, you know, with his breath, and we'll see how that transpires physically. But I think, Fitzy, that Ferretti has forced this level of play from Novak. He's been awfully good right from the word go.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not questioning that at all. I mean, it's quite extraordinary. I mean, he's got my attention and everyone else's. And Novak's, by the way. But, like, that last forehand is not, that's not normal either, that we just saw him miss.
The service.
One way or the other, it is one great effort for a young kid to come out here and do this in the first set, even just to get to 5-3.
Murali Krishna, his dad, next to Rajiv in the back there. Wanted to stay with Toyota when he was moved out of California across to Indiana, which is how he ended up in Rajiv's neck of the woods. And as I said, was traveling a little bit with his son last year as he hit the pro circuit for the first time. Carmel High in Indiana have produced a couple of world-class tennis players. Charlie Gomez, who's been a part of Novak's team now for a long time, is down in Marbella, which of course where Andy and Novak did about 10 days pre-season together alongside Andy Murray.
$30. 40 love.
He certainly has some body language that's a bit annoyed, though, hasn't he, Novak?
Oh. 40-15.
For a 19-year-old, the tennis IQ is through the roof.
Djokovic.
Sweet finish to the 9th game, but it has been a difficult first 3/4 of an hour for the world number 7.
Basa Varedin, his front games to 4.
And let's just look at why it's been a little bit tricky for him. Something that Novak, I'm sure, wouldn't have been expecting to be in was the forehand corner, and as out wide as that, but more importantly, the infrequent amount of times he's been able to turn around that situation and actually come back and win the point. You can see that every single time. Basa Varedin has got the ball outside of the singles line. He's able to win the point, and that will be something that would be a bit of a concern for Novak. He would be expecting to win the majority of the baseline exchanges. Basa Varedin is doing a nice job of just dissecting that singles line as we take a little look over the top, and I'm sure many of those fans looking up at the big screens right now. Another hugely popular day, day 2 of the Australian Open, and so far so good in terms of the weather. It's been a day of soaring hopes for so many of their players. None more so than this man, having to idle the jets for the majority of the day before getting out here on the Rod Laver Arena for the biggest match of his life. So far he has managed everything magnificently.
Love 15. $15-30.
Started off the match just fighting to compete and stay on level terms. Now he has something to lose for the very first time.
Left for service.
Cut that fine.
Well, that may well win him the first set. Just catching the outside whisker of that line might be the difference.
30-40.
Djokovic making the 19-year-old earn it physically and emotionally. Already with a beautiful second serve, and again deceptive pace consistently. 162 Ks, that is a good number consistently to pop it in, but that one coming in at 173 just caught Djokovic unawares.
Advantage, ready.
Third ace brings up the first set point.
First set, Bachavaredi. 6-4.
Unbelievable. Incredible. What a set of tennis. Interestingly, already, Djokovic deciding to leave the court, change his shirt, and that is a slow trudge rather than a sharp walk off the court from the 10-time champion as he goes into the room there just to the side. As the sun sets, a challenge has arisen out here on the Rod Laver Arena, somewhat surprisingly. Basavaredi's numbers there, Fitzy, a little low in terms of second serve points won, but you'd expect that against Novak. Probably the biggest surprise is Novak's number in that category.
Yeah, I can't say I'm in shock, but nearly. I'm just a bit slow with my thought processes because I'm just trying to get my head around the fact that he actually did win that opening set. I mean, it's a great thing we've just seen. A young player who steps out with no fear, holds his first service game, and from there, you know, was in the set. He was in the set, and some of the shot selection we saw him make was way, way beyond his years. It really was. He's got athleticism. I didn't think initially he'd hit the ball heavy enough, and when I first watched him in these rallies, I didn't think the ball was as heavy as Josh confirmed it was. But, wow, he's been impressive. He really has. Can't take anything away from him.
And I know the Djokovic fans won't love to see it, but Josh, as a neutral, you do love to see somebody that can come out and handle this absolutely massive occasion in the way that he has.
Yeah, absolutely. There's one thing to get to a break up, but to maintain it, fight off a couple of break points and actually go on and serve it out like he did. He's shown some great composure. A couple of things for me. I'm fascinated to see this whole Novak and Andy coaching setup. As you guys would have seen, and many of us have seen over the years, Novak, he can get aggressive, he can vent towards his box. We haven't seen that at all tonight. I just wonder, you know, that mutual respect he has with Andy, whether that he's holding something back emotionally as well. So there's a lot of question marks for me tonight on how that relationship works in a situation like this where he's really under pressure after losing the first set. I'm not sure what you guys think about that.
Yeah, I think it was one of the dynamics that we were all curious about, wasn't it? Just obviously from a outsider's view looking in, is when it gets into the sort of heat of the battle and things get complicated, just how that was going to work. We've seen both of them react, as you say, towards their boxes, and it's often been kind of the catalyst for them to turn things around. That team has had to absorb that stress, and it's allowed the player to play with the kind of freedom. We've seen it from other players as well. Do you remember Stan Wawrinka against Novak in the opening set when he was talking so openly afterwards about had nothing in his legs, he felt so heavy, he was banging his legs and he couldn't get going, and he was shouting at his box, and then eventually he turned it around and put in another one of those Stan performances. And yeah, Andy, when he tried to not talk to his box, just put the fire out that made him such a great champion.
And that's what it's looking a little bit like tonight, Mark. He's just, Novak, the fire is out at the moment. Needs to ignite.
Long.
'Well, he's ticked the boxes, of course, as I've already, in terms of their smart madam, his agent, just on Yelena's side there, but he's ticked the boxes in the technical and strategic point of view. The one thing that's going to get tested as this match goes on is the physicality. Is he ready to play 3-4 hours with Novak?
Left for service. Long.
Clean start. He'll be hoping to show his opponent a clean set of heels as he goes through this second set.
Second set.
It's not a bad little sort of chiseling out of the percent from the win predictor, which doesn't often show a lot of empathy, but he has taken almost 20% out of Novak's chances of winning this match. And of course, this is not a stage of the tournament that he loses at too often, as he goes over to get a little bit of advice, as Josh has been asking for. Last time he lost in the opening round of a slam was against Paul Goldstein back in 2006. Of course, did lose the previous year as a qualifier to Marat Safin in the opening round. This is the only major he's lost in the first round.
Bit of a connection with Paul Goldstein there too. I'm actually not 100% sure he's still the coach of Stanford, but he certainly has been for a period of time. Good player in his own right, Paul. I hope he's watching.
The connection is real and still valid.
Good. Well, I send Goldie my best, and I'm sure all of us here do.
Yeah, Novak hasn't been particularly kind to Americans over the years in his tour level matches. 83 wins, just 11 losses, Paul being one of them.
Left for service.
Only one active American player with a win over Novak at the moment, and that's Riley Opelka.
That was in Brisbane just 2 weeks ago. Less than.
30-15.
By making the semi-finals over in Auckland, actually he became the youngest American since Riley in Atlanta back in 2016 to make a last four of a tour event.
Oh, that's special.
That's Djokovic-like.
Oh my goodness. This is fun to watch. He's going to give us some joy over the next couple of years, isn't he? Maybe a lot of years.
40-15.
Let's enjoy this, Fitzy. This is very, very special, isn't it? Just remember 19, he's looked so comfortable at everything that's been asked so far tonight. I'm just so impressed. His athleticism, just to even believe and to find ways where he can attack Novak, he has really been super impressive.
Oh, cool, good. I think with their own umpires, Josh, that one might have been called out by the guy down that end.
You'd think so, but I think Novak just gesturing there. He probably feels a little hard done by so far this match. There's been a few let cords and close calls have certainly gone Nishesh's way, so I think he's just gesturing upwards.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
That's another pressure point that goes his way. He has navigated those beautifully.
One game on.
And in amongst all the creativity, it's the ability to step up to the plate in those moments that's perhaps been the most impressive. Our ambassador there in the front row, Chinese actor Turbo Lu, grossed over $2 billion at the cinema.
Just trying to get my breath, Mark.
Yeah, that was Fitzy's salary last year. So many movies. I think one of them, the animation How to Train Your Dragon, The Hidden World, many would have heard of.
Love. 14 love.
Not even walking to the next side, just a quick swivel from Novak.
At 14, 15. Forty, 30. Djokovic.
Good advance from Djokovic, a little frustration taken out on the ball at the end of that game. Got a little closer than he would have liked. 2-1.
Djokovic leads 2 games to 1.
Again, Josh, it's those little skills that Nishesh is showing on the defense there, just making life a little uncomfortable for Novak.
Absolutely. He's got a lot of power on end range. So once you get into a cross-court rally, you can see Novak's very quick to change direction. He wants to take that down the line, which is a very difficult shot to do, but Novak does it better than anyone. But that just shows that he's not comfortable in some of these rally positions that he's finding himself in. So, yeah, it's impressive for a 19-year-old to the amount of pace he's generating, and he's got good depth as well. So, you know, technically when you look at his forehand, it's not necessarily what you would coach, but it's repeatable with the swing, so it would really work. So it's a fascinating start. So a big sort of 10 or 15 minutes coming up here.
One of the most beautiful cities in the world, and it is picture perfect tonight. We're high above Melbourne Park, and we are high on the match down below. So much good action out on the court, so many competitive matches once again on day 2, and this one promising so much at this stage. Again, he's toggling through the speeds on his second serve from the slowest to the fastest. Novak not quite sure what's coming at him. Quick thinking, fleet of foot, irresistible combination, and he continues to impress.
He really does impress, but this shot should go just down the line. As soon as Novak goes there, he had to hit a winner. And this kid is quick. Very much so. So just not quite making the right choices all the time at the moment, the champion.
Well, the former champion, of course, new name last year, new reign. Novak desperate to put an 11th Australian crown on his resume.
You'll just see Andy up and about there in the picture.
30-14.
Obviously Novak on and up. This is the first time I've seen Basafareddy just take a little bit of extra. That's taking something out of him physically. These rallies are starting to be punishing.
Use.
Oh, he likes that shot, doesn't he? That's the frustration. A very interesting situation it is, isn't it?
How do you think that man's feeling on screen? Andy Murray.
I think it's time Andy did something. What do you think, Josh? I'm kidding, by the way.
Starting to understand what it felt like for so many other of his coaches, I'm sure. Nervous times.
Get for service.
Already on the break point, serve tee at about 162 through the middle, so that he'd get a forehand return back through the middle and wouldn't open up the court like that. 148 into Novak's backhand is geometric suicide. You are going to get something that's going to put you on the back foot.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Murray, the first out of his seat. He knows how big this game is.
That's the best part for me, the times he chooses to do something like that. He picks the time. He's got Djokovic back in the court, behind the baseline, on his back foot, by the way. Way back there, shapes to hit a forehand. Novak's backing up. Perfect choice.
Ice in his veins.
Yeah, that's on a break point.
Advantage,
All the code red situations have brought the best out of the American.
Now he's touching his quads with his racket.
Left for service. Left for service.
And yet somehow he scrambles to safety again on serve.
Games all.
Murray looking for a positive reaction from Djokovic here after not being able to break through. Five break points in the match have come and gone for the world number 7.
Now.
Given the intensity of the last game and the unfamiliar sort of territory he's in out here, I wonder how wise it is to invest as much as he can from 30 love. It's dropped a little bit deeper here. Whether he likes it or not, there's going to have to be a little bit of energy conservation for the 19-year-old. Got good off the strings. Just travelled a little longer than he had hoped as Djokovic travels to his chair, 3-2 ahead in this second set.
Djokovic leads 3-2.
Interesting segment of the match here coming up here for Novak. Obviously, on one hand, you feel as though he's perhaps just going to start taking the legs away of his younger opponent at some stage in the next sort of 15-20 minutes if he can just lock it down, as we know he can.
Well, I think if he wins this set, there's a whole new group of thought processes that go through everyone's mind, including this young man. 5 sets is a long, long way. But he's passed every test so far.
Djokovic with a little nod of his head, and he was the first out of his chair after the 5th game of this second set, looking to get back to work on the 19-year-old serve.
Long. Left for service.
Did you hear a let down there, Josh?
I don't think so. I think I mean, they've got the electronic net cord, so that just gives a signal or a vibration to Mohammed there, so he's the man in charge. We can't go against Mohammed.
It's often the case that the player that's winning is actually doing more of the running, doing more of the work to get themselves in position. That is a substantial gap between the two, though, in terms of how much further the American has run.
I don't think I've seen a bigger disparity in numbers like that. That's extraordinary, but he is a heck of an athlete. And what are we, just an hour and 22 in, a set and a half, and he is just, that's a big distance he's already run.
Game. New balls, please.
You don't see Djokovic miss balls like that, though. I mean, either he's been totally thrown by this young fella, or he basically is not. And hey, nothing against the opponent tonight, the 19-year-old. But he's aggravated, and he's not playing the tennis to his normal level. Now, when players get to this age, they can have some bad days. I think we all experienced it at our level.
Long. 30 love.
It was interesting to watch somebody great go about their business. That was such a slow second serve on the opening point. He probably thought
40
love already was not going to attack as the way he did when he got the break and just come in behind it, so he could get away with something a little bit slower. Then the next serve is a nice quick one on that first serve. And he has protected this 7th game very efficiently.
Left for service. Again, Djokovic.
Clinical hold. And that gives him a little bridgehead to build perhaps an assault in the next game on return. 4-3 Djokovic.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 3.
Frustrations maybe for him, but no hint of panic. And he has been in these situations so many times in the course of his career where players are playing above their standard at an elevated level, and he has just waited them out.
Yeah, and even if he's not feeling 100%, that can happen in matches. You know, you come out, you don't feel on top of your game. But yeah, he's got to win this set. That's all he's thinking about, I'm sure. Get this set, and then the whole, environment can change. And invariably it does.
Time.
Sitting in silence, a little spiritual serenity for Novak. Of course, he likes to go to the botanical gardens. He hasn't told anyone where that tree is that he likes to hang out with. Wouldn't even tell Zverev the other night, but he is trying to find some solutions to the problem. Murray, Josh, getting a little more vocal from the coach's end. We can pick it up on the mics.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's up and about, and I think he's finding his feet as well. So it's great to see. He's just.
That's the shot I'm most impressed.
Yeah, he's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, that's not easy. He's got a very extreme grip. He closes the racket face. Look how closed it gets, and then you've got to get that open upon impact. And it's similar to Novak's, but closed, then bang. His timing has been sweet all night.
all.
Can't dish up a predictable diet to Novak, and he's done a very nice job of protecting that second serve, especially in the bigger moments. And he just hasn't dropped for a sustained period in this match.
And 14-15.
I watched his match in Brisbane where he lost to Riley Opelka. He couldn't get his rhythm that night, and I think it stayed with him a little bit. He just can't get a run at the rhythm.
But I
think that comes with intensity and movement and being light on your feet.
Hughes. Advantage Djokovic.
He's played double the number of points on his second serve to Novak, and you do feel as though the cumulative pressure eventually will tell. World-class return.
Djokovic.
That just threw a little gasoline on the fire. That's already trying to keep Djokovic at bay with a quick second serve. Eventually cracks for the first time tonight.
Fair to say the fire has ignited, Fitzy.
I hope you haven't been getting involved down there, Josh. You're not having any influence on that, are you?
No, absolutely not. I'm staying very neutral.
Good.
Left second service.
Probably sitting there wondering where some of these loose shots were in 2011, 13, 15 and 16. Really?
Oh, he'll be dirty, won't he? Just sitting there watching this. You're a funny guy.
Left for service.
There'll be at least a couple of those Norman Brooks on my trophy cabinet right now. Sorts of trouble already.
Oh, is he cramping?
Yeah.
13-15.
Cramping, Josh, you think?
Yeah, it looks very much like it, doesn't it? And as you know, those numbers back it up. The distance he's run, it's been a phenomenal effort, and you know, throw in the intensity, and this is a great shot of it here.
Well, this is just a young fella covering court, isn't it? Something he's not so used to. Wow.
14-15.
Lot of runway ahead. Too far, you think?
In second set, Djokovic.
Well, it's a huge lift in every single way. Scoreboard, but also the physical discomfort that his opponent's in. It was always going to be a factor. Just didn't realise it was going to come this quickly. There's the credits, and there is more credit in the column on the left than there is obviously on the right. A much tidier set from Novak in terms of winners to unforced errors. He protected his second serve a lot better in that second set, and the loss of just a solitary point behind the first serve. Again, those stats underline the dominance from the world number 7.
And then go to the bathroom? Can I change?
So many things he's unsure of. Well, I think environment.
Yeah, I think he was trying to double up on the time allowed there. I think he was going to go for the to the restroom for the 5 minutes and then get the treatment. And I think Mohammed was having none of it.
Have both. Yeah? I didn't get one. No, but now the separate. I was asking 15 seconds. He didn't get it. Can I just get
Josh, that seemed overly complicated, whatever that was that we were just witnessing.
It did, didn't it? It was dramatic. There's no doubt about it. And maybe, as we all know, when you cramp initially, it comes out of left field, and you think your world's caving in. So whether he can just work through this a little bit. I mean, it definitely looked like cramp as opposed to injury. I thought the way that he was reacting, I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, no, he's trying to stretch it, Josh, so it's got to be cramp, surely. And you just don't know which way it's going to react, do you? What's going to happen now?
No, it's whether it takes over other parts of the body. And one man who'll get great strength out of that is Novak. He's just glancing over. And as we just hear, we're getting a medical timeout. So, yeah, it's can he calm the nervous system down, and can he relax and try and work through this? Or is it curtains? It could well be.
5 longest matches he's played ever in his career have never crossed the 3-hour threshold. 2 hours and 58 was the longest he's played against Ethan Quinn in the Columbus Challenger in September last year. The others were 2 hours 53, 49 and 43. To be fair, he's won all of the long matches that he's played. Anything that's gone over 2 hours and 40 minutes, he's actually ended up winning. But it's a whole different level, isn't it, from terms of the movements that you need.
Different solar system, and exponentially the 5 sets compared to the 3. He's played 2 sets at an awfully high rate.
Yeah, but it just shows you, doesn't it? You can play a challenger, you can play a tour level event, you can make a semis in Auckland, but it's a different beast when you're taking on Novak on prime time, on his biggest stage, really. Novak, 10-time champion. I mean, that's what's the beauty of this sport, best of 5 sets, and that's why these guys are so great. The best players in our game, they're so difficult to beat over 5 sets because they are the best athletes as well.
Yeah, we talk about miles in the legs, Josh, too, and I like that term because, people get found out at this level. Well, any level that's coming up, they do as well. But at this level, it's like training pre-season for a professional sport around the world, some football code. We have Australian rules football here, and the amount of training they do in a pre-season is is very impressive, and they need to build that over seasons, over years, so that they get miles in their legs. And as a 19-year-old, it's unless you're incredibly precocious, it's highly unlikely you can have that.
Yeah, I guess we forget 19 is incredibly young, isn't it? You know, it's difficult to expect Nishesh to have done multiple pre-seasons to get those miles in the legs that you're talking about. So it's just not possible just yet physically, I wouldn't think. This next 5 or 10 minutes gets interesting, though.
Interesting kind of like decision there in terms, what did he say, do you think, that it was? Like it wasn't a muscle cramp, it was an injury, because you actually can only get treated for cramps, can't you, if you say it's heat illness, not simply for muscle cramps.
So his body was blocked out there, by the way, and I thought for a minute he was massaging his calf as well, but he wasn't. He had his thumb in his quad, didn't he?
Yeah, it was just trying to manipulate the quad area and
stretch out the legs. So
it looked like it was an assessment for a quad injury. So yeah, we'll see as this goes on.
So not a pre-existing injury. That's why you can get it treated, right?
Yes. You can see those numbers quickly at the bottom of your picture, right? Drop off from the American and an uptick from Novak from the opening set.
Yeah, that's more like it.
And Mark, I know you've got you got your numbers up there.
How does that equate with Novak sort of in the last season or two, now that he's pushed it up over 120? Is that more in line with the sort of speed we've seen in the past year or two?
I'll let you know, Josh.
I'll look forward to it.
Yeah, maybe even a little touch higher. Back to his 2023 season, 117, he was sort of knocking it in. And those speeds haven't changed dramatically for Novak over the years. The one big change, of course, we've seen is with the ball toss with Goran, but also the willingness to go after big second serves. He was getting, he felt, dominated with the little kicker on the ad side. So that was the big shift that came in for Novak speed-wise. Two men in front, in charge of Novak's physical conditioning, which is peak. Quick start, could be a quick finish, to be honest.
Third set.
It's also, you got to wait around all day. He's got to carry those nerves and tension all day. When you're on the Challenger Tour, you don't play a lot of matches at prime time at 7 o'clock at night. A lot of them are scheduled early, 11, 12 o'clock in the day. So it's a different feeling, a different experience, having to entertain yourself all day until you have to come up and perform at 7 o'clock. So it's a lot of those emotions that you have to manage, and maybe they've just caught up with him a little bit here.
love.
Yeah, it's
just different visually now, isn't it? Totally different.
Yeah, not just visually, but also look at the pace. He's back up to where he normally is in set 3. He was still a little low in set 2, but we saw how the backhand was doing a lot of the damage. Now the forehand coming to bear.
Now. $14-15.
Well, it's a game of movement. And if you can't get into position well enough, you're not balanced.
2 games to love.
Becomes a whole different ball game.
So already has got not too many options here. He is going to have to try and get on the front foot a little bit more and try and shorten these points.
13-9.
That will help his cause. Some decent, well-placed first serves. Don't often see that, and that's a little bit of a tribute to the way that this man has played this match, is that Novak was guessing to the forehand side and got beaten hands down to the backhand.
Good young man.
Flawless holder serve. Gets his side of the scoreboard moving in the third. 2-1 Djokovic.
Djokovic is 2 games to 1.
Full turbocharged backhand as Turbo Lu looked on there. This man may not make billions in his career, but I'm pretty sure he's going to make a few million, Fitzy. Based on what we've seen. This man here is, well, he may well have made $1 billion. He certainly made close to 200 million in prize money alone.
Well, officially it's telling me 185 US. That is by far the most out of anyone that's ever played the sport.
And every dollar earned. And the passion is burning brightly once again. Well, it was a little subdued for a while from the Serbian fans, but they're in good voice now. A man very much on the ascendancy. And a wounded opponent down the other end. The absence of alternatives may just make it a little bit easier for Nishesh to do the right things that can combat the cramps that he's feeling. She loves Novak as much as he loves trophies. 99 of them. It was a typical teenager's room, that, wasn't it, Fitzy, that we saw there at the changeover?
I would say.
You've had your kids. You would have walked in a few bedrooms looking worse than that.
Oh yeah, got a second grandson coming in 1 week today.
Congratulations.
We're very excited. They bring a lot of joy. I hope you experience it one day, Mark. Their first one's been just beautiful.
Well, now you've got a taste for it. When I do have one, I'll pop them on a plane down to Australia and you can look after it, Fitzy.
Well, the terminology down under is you're going to handball. Is that right?
All right. Yeah, I'm going to handball you from London.
You are not a very good grandfather, potentially.
Got to get them travelling at an early age. Good for their development.
At 13-15.
How about travelling with his family? Stefan Toro was actually in the ocean the other day. Toro was on a surfboard, as was Yelena. Missed it. Can you believe it?
14-15.
Well, before the start of this match, yes, I could have. Now he's been so impressive, this young lad, that I am surprised he missed that one. Snuck in well, didn't he?
Game Djokovic. Djokovic leads 3-1. Love.
Yeah, he's starting to expand this game. He's feeling very comfortable out there now.
At 15-all. At 13-15.
Oh, there's Novak. Now he's got the body language that
30-all.
I think was just a little bit scarce in the first few sets.
15-30.
Oh, somehow he still made that look like he was searching for the ball on the stretch. But a little flick of genius. He definitely had that one in his locker too.
Oh, there we go. That's a talented volley. And I see you nodding in the box here, Mark. That takes some extra bit of talent and feel, especially for a young player. He adapts here and opens the face, has to break his wrist here to get the angle. Look at that. And due applause. That's high praise from Novak.
Stays in the conversation. And that was an impressive hold. Could have gone the other way easily. Djokovic 3-2.
3 games to 2.
Well, one thing you probably don't doubt when they're just 19 years of age is that they're going to come out here and leave it all on the court. But he's done that, doing it. And the longer he can kind of stay out here, the better it is for him. I think the bald girl is running over to try and get something from the team. Saw Brian Smith just go away for a moment, but it doesn't look as though he brought anything back, apart from a bit of information. Shanth, his older brother. Year-old keeping himself close to Novak in this third set on the scoreboard, at least. Whether he can from a physical standpoint, we'll see. Serve kept him in front in that particular game, but he's not making much of an impression on the returns for the time being. Novak, who last year, of course, became the 5th player to complete the career Golden Slam in singles by winning that Olympic gold against Alcaraz in Paris. Andre Agassi, Steffi Graf, Rafa and Serena, the other players that have achieved that particular feat. It is elite company. Multiple winner of every single individual event bar the Olympic gold.
Well, he's found his range on the backhand, hasn't he?
15 long. Long.
Josh, no signs of the leg again. I mean, that was a strange sort of intermission, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's. I think it's just a real sense of panic initially when it came over his body. That I think it was a cramp, or we think it's a cramp, but he was able to settle down, and he's certainly not moving anywhere near like he was, though. He's certainly slowed significantly, especially on end range.
Yeah, no chase there either. He was reaching balls like that in the first set and a half. 2 sets.
New balls, please.
Another simple hold.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 2.
$59,000 fans coming in during the day session today. And once again, a full house here.
love.
Well, it is a tough miss on the overhead, but ultimately when you start digging a little deeper into some of the stats here, unreturned serves, he's having to play an awful many more points than Djokovic tonight. Just 20% of his haven't come back compared to over 50% for Novak. And despite 15. It looking easy at times for him to score winners down the line with that backhand, it isn't.
The Teal.
Already coming out on top of that point, but he has had to work hard. We talked about the distance that he's run, and you can see why. Behind his first serve, almost 5 shots in terms of average rally length. Novak down closer to 2. Bit of a wild miss from Novak. Keeps the American competitive in this third set.
4 games to 3.
Doing everything you can to A, fuel the body, but B, just be close enough to Novak in case there is any sort of brittleness from the world number 7. You wouldn't expect it to come. He doesn't have to play sort of red line tennis to keep this man at bay at the moment. There was a moment after he won that Olympic gold in Paris that you just wonder whether that was going to be enough for Novak, having done absolutely everything. There's been a lot of players who perhaps have left mid-rally, retired a little too young from tennis, but at that stage you kind of felt, well, he's done everything. Trophy cabinet's full, there's nothing else to squeeze in there. Where does the motivation come from? Well, it comes from the rivals, and it comes from the youngsters. And he is committed to a full schedule this year.
Yeah, the great ones think differently too.
15 long. Long.
He's moving through these service games like you were that ice cream before we came on air, Fitzy.
Oh, don't tell everybody.
Well, I kept it singular.
That's not fair.
Semi-true.
I saw Josh Eagle completely make up a story in his interview last night with Misha Zverev, by the way. Completely made it up, threw Misha under the bus.
No.
You didn't completely make yours up, I got to admit. There was just a small amount of truth.
Oh dear. He's looking much better, isn't he? It's amazing.
No. Answer the question. Don't start like segueing away from that, Josh.
No.
Did you or did you not make it up?
I didn't make anything up. Fitzy, you were delirious yesterday.
I saw the look on Misha Zverev's face. The poor guy, you threw him under the bus.
Long.
He's still playing very impressively, the young guy, though, isn't he? I mean, yes, it looks different now, and the feeling you have now is that he's probably not going to win this, but he's still playing his fair share of really high-level stuff.
At 40 long.
Yeah, and again, he just throws in something just a little bit different, and it catches Novak off guard. But Djokovic just one game away from going up 2-1.
Leads 5 games to 4.
It has been a little surprising, Josh, that he hasn't made more of an impact on the return in this third set.
Yeah, I think so. I think he... Yeah. I can't answer that question.
Yeah, it's interesting from a point of view, looking more at Nishesh and his career and where he goes from here, that he's been able to sort of keep Novak at bay. Obviously, we're going to get more data as Novak goes through the tournament, where's his games at. But the fact is, it could be that the American has one of those awkward little serves that isn't easy to get into.
Yeah, quite possibly. And yeah, look, I think with these great players, we saw it a bit with Zverev last night. He wasn't at his best, but I think the key for Novak, and maybe he wasn't at his best early on and against Nishesh, but it's just a matter of not doing too much damage in these early rounds and just getting through it. So, yeah, let's see what transpires over the next little bit just here.
Melbourne Park is an oil painting as we look down on it, and the redevelopment of this area of Melbourne has been simply exquisite.
How long's your visa for?
It's for 3 months actually, Fitzy, and I spoke to your wife today and she said we're absolutely fine. I've got another couple of months on it and I'm looking forward to hanging out.
Oh, great.
Don't have my credit card, unfortunately, but I've got my personality and I'm parking myself there.
Don't worry, mate. I'll look after you. It's okay.
Oh yeah, his signature move. Trying to pump the brakes on the advance from Djokovic to go up 2-1.
Love 15.
All I want to know is how this lad lost any matches at college level. How is that possible?
Could he? It took Djokovic at his very best to keep him at bay. That is a familiar sight at Melbourne Park.
Well, in Novak's mind, I'm sure that he's thinking, you know, I win this point, therefore this set, and he ain't catching me.
Second service.
Djokovic releases the tension and releases himself from the grip of his opponent to lead 2 sets to 1. And that was all about just battening the hatches down. He wasn't going to miss. It was simple as that. He went through the middle of the court. He gave no angles to his opponent, who couldn't explore anything else. He had a little bit of an opportunity at 15:30 to potentially extend that set, but he couldn't come away with it. And Djokovic has turned everything around tonight. Already has done a good job of keeping that third set close. Thought it might be a runaway train for Novak after the cramps that we saw at the back end of that second set. Just cannot really make any impact into Novak's service games. And that puts an awful lot of pressure on your own serve. Still a very interesting set of tennis. Novak still having to pull out some of his signature shots as he did there. Yeah, take you back to what happened in that third set. Some lovely exchanges between these two, and eventually Novak doing what Novak does. Stick the ball about a metre off the centre line, give you no angles to work with, and just outlasted him.
Well, it's an awfully big credit to a young player of this age to come out and force Novak to react like this. I mean, I hadn't seen him play. I'm not sure if you had, Mark, before the match started, or Josh, but I didn't think a 19-year-old could do this. And yes, he's down 2 sets to love now, 2 sets to 1 now, but Novak's had to work hard and compete, and shows the exuberance of actually getting ahead 2 sets to 1.
It's
It's been quite an amazing night so far.
Qualied in Brisbane, obviously lost to Monfils in 3 sets, went to Auckland, had to qualify again. That was not easy. Van der Zandschulp in the opening round, 82 in the world. Altmaier in the next round of qualies, 93 in the world. Comisana 85 in the opening round. His best ever win ranking-wise was against Tabilo, defending champion. The Chilean, 23 in the world, knocked him out, then got past Mickelson, his fellow American, who had a big win today. Credit to Alex, taking out Tsitsipas before losing once again to Monfils in that semi-final. So he's been taking some decent scalps in recent weeks. But this is another level up, and from 2 sets to 1 up, Novak is pretty lethal. He has not lost from this position since 2017, and is only ever lost at a Grand Slam level to a player outside the world's top 100, Dennis Isterman. And then you would have to go back all the way to his only loss from 2 sets to love up against Jürgen Melzer at Roland Garros in 2010. This is a very happy hunting ground for Novak.
The irony is there for me that they're both great players in the true sense of the word. They hit their backhand differently. Novak knows what he wants to do. It's one of the best shots we've ever seen. Andy's backhand was up there too. And I find it a strange phenomenon that one is telling the other how he should hit his. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be fascinating for all of us. It would be lovely, of course. TA would have liked to have mics in there, but the coaches and everybody kind of put that one to bed for the time being. Hopefully, as they get more comfortable with it, a bit like F1, you can have the mics on delay in case you say something that you shouldn't, and we don't play it out. But it would be lovely to obviously get those little sort of bits of gold between 2 former world #1s, talking about what he should be doing, that he's going to be able to sort of wrestle control more often from the baseline. It was interesting there, Josh. I was getting the sense that maybe he was kind of saying he should be a little bit more proactive, closer to the baseline. I know Andy obviously very well, and he's not somebody that necessarily always goes down that route, but there was a suggestion that that's what it was.
Yeah, look, it's hard to say, isn't it? We will never know, but I'm loving the interaction, and I love this initiative to have the player box on the court like that, and the sport will evolve. We'll get mics in there, don't you worry. And yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how it evolves, but there was great respect you could see amongst both Novak and Andy there, just communicating on a very civilised level, and it looks like they've got a great relationship. Of course, they're the same age and they've grown up together, but look, I'm not so sure, Fitzy. I think any advice you can get when you're #1, you know, coming from someone like Andy who really knows what it's like to be out here and to contend for Grand Slams and win slams, I think that carries significant weight. I really do, and it's just that extra set of eyes and voice that may be the difference from winning or losing another Grand Slam. Hopefully, for Novak's sake, it's winning.
I do think it's interesting what you said, Mark, about how Andy didn't necessarily take that advice himself. There were so many times I think we all thought he should come forward more.
Love 15.
Actually, if anything, it feels as though he's dropped a little deeper there and is just extending the rallies and the opening couple of points.
Second service.
Well, I think it's safe to say he's in territory that he's never experienced before. He's into a fourth set.
Just the kind of move that he wanted to make early on in this fourth set. He's probably had enough time out here on the match court, ticking towards 2.5 hours, Novak, and he'd like to run riot. Often in the opening rounds, of course, leads gun to tape. Hasn't been the case tonight. Had to pivot from a set down.
Novak's still getting to the ball with these 37-year-old legs. Now it seems a little better than did earlier to me. I wondered, wasn't sure, but wondered if he was just a quarter of a step slow early on. But now he's still so balanced, what we're so used to seeing from him.
13-15.
And I'm sure less movement from the opposition is causing that. It makes his shots look a little bit better. Nishesh is now the one who's just half a step slow. Can't quite get into position as much.
Looks like it's going to be a successful first outing.
I was just going to say, he's earned his marbles tonight, hasn't he? Genius.
The winning account gets a nice early deposit. A quick question for both of you. If you were looking after Basavaredi, and he's 19 years old, at the start of his career, he's 104 in the world. Of course, you've got a ranking to take care of as the coach. to try and get him obviously into the next major. Top 100 should do it, but with protected rankings, maybe you need to be at 95. You've got some big tournaments over in the US. You've got the Dallas 500 that's been upgraded. You've got Indian Wells, Miami. But judging this performance and the physicality that's needed at this level, would you try and build in a period in the year rather than just doing an off-season training block to get him stronger at this age?
Fitzy, I know you're sitting on the fence there. You won't give us an answer.
He's looking uncomfortable.
No, I would absolutely.
I'm getting him a cushion.
No, I know what my answer is. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, I would absolutely build in some dedicated training blocks, training weeks. He's young. He's 19.
Look, I think it's fair to say he's going to have a pretty bright future. I would imagine if he can continue with this development, he could finish the season and top 50. So you would probably look at some of the season and go, well, maybe it could be the clay, or whether it's another surface that he wants to maybe miss a couple of weeks and potentially add in an extended training block in those periods. Yeah, but I definitely would have a big picture approach to this young kid. He's only 19. He's got a huge future.
Are you satisfied with that answer, Mark, by the way?
That's Josh's answer. I'm waiting for yours.
First of all, I'd look at his body now, see how he recovers from this. Well, we're assuming here he's probably not going to win this. So you look at his body, you go home, you assess. And you make sure that, first of all, the quad's okay. Because it seems like it is. But for him to back this 5-setter up with another 5-setter, he's not ready to do it. So, I mean, he's in his 4th set now. He's never been in one of those before. So, yeah, I think that there's a balance. I think he's got to take a little bit of time, get stronger. So, he's finishing up, but he's got to play tournaments as well because they build strength. So he doesn't have to play 5-setters from now on in the next period of time. Get some matches in.
Games to 1.
He needs some games in. It's 2-1 Djokovic and 2 sets to 1. I asked the question because I think historically tennis players are very loath to take time off in the middle of the season, but I think that it's a justifiable decision for somebody like this. But obviously his main bulk of points start coming on in July, where he started obviously playing at the Challengers, taking advantage of that accelerator program. And obviously this period he's now got no points coming off. You're at the start of the journey. There's nothing you want to do more. You want to build your ranking. It's a tough one to pull a player off the tour and saying we're going to spend 6 weeks actually not playing tournaments at this stage for the bigger picture. But I personally think it would be the most valuable thing he could do.
Yeah, matches though help build strength and give you match conditions. That's what hardens you up. You can practice a heck of a lot and then go into a match and feel badly done by it physically. So I think we've been talking about his physical position and where he sits. He doesn't have to be ready yet this year to go deep into a major, but he has to have the feeling of playing at this level. I mean, he made a semi-final in Auckland, a feeling of playing at the ATP Tour level, I think, which is best of 3 sets, and continue to experience that, surely. That'll help build his legs and his miles in his legs as well. But all of us, I think, would be silly if we thought he wasn't a player that's going to stay here for a long time. He's been so impressive. And good for him. Wow, what a night.
If you were to speculate, where do you think Nesh finishes this season, end of 2025, both of you guys? What do you think his ranking looks like?
Honestly, I think if he gets inside 75, it's a good season. Might be conservative, but I think if you're going to sort of build for the bigger picture, take the right time off, try to build his game on top of the physicality, that would be a number I think at 20 years old he should be satisfied with.
As we all know, the computer has a ranking system that goes on, and then 12 months later it comes off and is replaced by the next year's result. I wonder how many points he has between now and, say, the US Open. The vast majority are since then, I'm assuming.
He has very few points coming off. He won a round at the Indian Wells Challenger in January last year. Of course, he was still at Stanford at this particular time studying data science and playing, and then he made final of a 25 in March. He made the semis of a Challenger in Little Rock in May, final of a Challenger in Bloomfield Hills, July, and then started probably August in Nebraska and Lincoln to pick up some good points, semis of the Challenger there. But yeah, from the US Open on is where the bulk of them came. He lost in the last round of qualies at the US.
So, Mark, I would also argue that it's more important for him to keep improving his game and not to worry about the ranking, really. Not for now. He's going to have a good ranking in the near future. I don't think he needs to be top 50 by the end of the year. I think he just needs to improve his game, and the ranking will take care of itself.
In the immediate future, he may be at 2-all in this fourth set.
Denied. That was an outrageous volley. That was so good.
I mean, that... He just always delivers, doesn't he? Have a look at how good this volley was. I mean, I'm sitting courtside really close to this, and the way he gets it technically right out in front and sticks it, awesome. What do you think of that, Fitzy?
Brings tears to my eyes. Tears of joy. Gee, you didn't hear me say that, did he? I think it's a bird.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Oh, that is just world class. Once again, the silky skills, the timing. Seven Ks quicker than average serve from Novak, fired back past him.
Advantage, Djokovic.
A little extra effort, a little extra audio.
Djokovic.
The Novak roar.
Djokovic,
leads 3-1.
One of the best spot servers out there. May not be the quickest, but boy, is he accurate when he needs it. Time and time again.
Yeah, we've unearthed, not we, but the game has unearthed a good player here, hasn't it? Will be big for US tennis, I think.
That's going to buy a pretty nice house in Indiana. 4 ensuite bathrooms, gym.
Well, he can have his holiday house in Newport Beach, California.
Genius lob from back there.
40-13.
Seen some good lobs on this court in the past from people like Leighton Hewitt, Andy himself. But that was a shot of rare quality.
How subdued has the box been tonight? It's fantastic, isn't it? I think just a new experience for everybody, except for Rajiv, who's been through a lot. Rajiv Ram there, but
he was talking today about how they're just trying to keep it the same as they've always has done back in Indiana when he's been hitting with him since really 13 years of age. Said he was more than comfortable hitting with him at 13. He was good enough back then.
Wow.
Let's not forget that Rajiv won a couple of singles titles in Newport, so that's high praise. And we can see why he's given him that praise tonight. Not going anywhere, trying to extend his stay on the Rod Laver Arena court and in Melbourne. One thing he's never actually done, Novak, is win a major without dropping a set. It's not an easy feat. Rafa managed it 4 times to the French. Federer managed it once here in Australia. In fact, the only man that's ever won it on a hard court without dropping a set in 2017. Also won Wimbledon in the same year without dropping a set. Once again, making life as uncomfortable as he can and as complicated for his opponent as he can, to the delight of his fans. It's 4-1, 4-7.
Djokovic is 4 games to 1.
Done well to sustain. Ready in this match, I think, physically, to at least given himself a chance there. Of course, he had a little mini opportunity to go to 2 apiece, but this man has been in this kind of place so many times, and again on a big point, just knuckled down. Great defense.
Play a difficult ball.
Yeah, through the middle of the court, gave him no angles that he to work with. Josh, you watch a point like the final one that we just saw in that last game, and it just kind of reminds you, doesn't it? Some play the game and some change it, and Novak's defense, his open stance defense, has changed it.
It's extraordinary. Yeah, the open stance and then to change direction of the ball to go down the line. He's the best at it, best I've ever seen. And what you can do with that is you can turn, defense into attack so quickly, and then throw in the fact that the quality of the depth of shot as well.
And the other thing I love about it is the footwork pattern from Novak. Yes, he can hit open stance. You see so many players hitting open stance backhands. It's almost sort of like their DNA. They don't hit anything else. You watch that last rally, if he's got a chance of going parallel with his foot and getting his right foot into the court, he does.
Well, that transfers his weight even more. It's an extra tick.
Hit the ball earlier.
Yeah.
Out in front of you. Again there. So many players will be hitting that open stance, coaxing it back cross court.
About the only thing we really haven't seen him do a lot tonight is finish at the net. We've seen it a few times, but sometimes early rounds at the Aussie Open over the years we've seen him push forward a lot more than we've seen tonight. Of course, he probably hasn't been allowed, given the start from Basafaretti. But I'll be interested to see what Andy brings to the game in terms of extra dimension and extra add-ons in his game moving forward.
Djokovic.
I think it's a good point, Josh, Max, because in the early rounds you want to keep the matches as short as you can. Really, you don't want to leave too much out there. I mean, if you've got to play 7 in a row to win over 2 weeks, it's a tough physical gig. So. I was wondering earlier whether he might think this is a bit longer than he would have thought ideal to be on the court in the first round, but he had no choice. So coming forward can shorten those points in the early rounds.
Love 15.
Yeah, a little desperation around that second serve. Look at this when Basafaretti gets off the court here. He's going to have a look at that little number, 5-8. He has been absolutely dominated, 3-1 by Djokovic. Done pretty well in the longer form and shorter form. But one thing that's been kind of slipping by here, guys, is just how well Novak has served in terms of aces. 21 aces from Novak, and just having a little look at his career, that is going to put him at 6th best in terms of total number of aces in a match. Twice at the Australian, he's had some numbers in the 20s. His best ever was against Tiafoe back in 21. That was a 4-set match with a couple of tiebreaks. 26 there. Jack Draper at Wimbledon in the same year, 25. Zverev in Australia in 21. That was a quick year, wasn't it? Those conditions. 23 there against Rafa at Wimbledon in 18. He put in 23. and Del Potro in that epic semi-final in 2013 over 5 sets, 22. This has been a good display from him. You were saying, Josh?
Yeah, he's listening. The man can do it all, can't he? He can play and he can listen to the commentary as well.
30-40.
We should be sitting in the coaching box. Murray and Djokovic about to get their first win together as a duo.
Use. Advantage, Djokovic.
Statement shot. And like so many of them here at Melbourne Park, untouchable.
Still pumping his arm when he wins that point to save match point.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Just misses. Can't quite put the final bit of polish on this performance. Already just grabs an extra game and keeps himself involved for a little bit longer. Again, he's excelled when he's had his back against the wall, and Novak has been coming after him. It was a slightly more adventurous game there from Novak than we've kind of seen in this final set so far. He's been precise, he's been consistent, he's pierced the defences when he's needed to. A couple of times he looked to wander in behind the return.
Time.
Two minds are better than one. Maybe that is going to be the difference maker here at Melbourne Park this year. There's obviously some solid teams out there. Darren Cahill on the bag with Jannik Sinner, Juan Carlos Ferrero on Carlos Alcaraz's bag. Murray for the first time looking after Djokovic at a tournament. In what is a little bit of a milestone moment for Novak, as he will match Roger Federer in the Open era in terms of Grand Slam singles matches played. It'll be his 429th, equal with Roger. He has won, if he wins tonight, 378 of them.
Have you got Roger's number that he wanted or not there?
Love 30.
Because it's...
You can ask and you will receive, Fitzy.
Oh, you're such a font of knowledge. I love it. Amazing numbers, aren't they?
That is an amazing win-loss number, isn't it?
15-30.
It's just at Grand Slams.
Roger coming in with 369 wins.
Pretty close.
But no cigar. And there's no question that longevity has a big bearing on legacy. And this man's legacy set in stone. As surely the result is now.
Thank you. Ready for play. Advantage, Djokovic. Cain, set the net, Djokovic. Resets to 1, 4-6, 6-3, 6-4, 6-2.
It's a 23rd ace to seal the victory for the 10-time champion in Melbourne. Early success for the new team. A little discomfort on the scoreboard for Novak, a little physical discomfort for his opponent at the back end of the second set, and that really ultimately was the difference to some degree. For a little period he was able to wrestle control of the match. Basavaredi though, Fitzy, has won some fans over here tonight.
Well, I guess saying he's here to stay is a bit of an understatement. It may not be every week in the near future, but as time goes on, and that's because he's got a young body, he might have to manage it a little bit. But what a night for him. What a night that he experienced. He will never, ever forget it. No matter how many matches he plays, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of them, he won't forget that one.
He's going to be very happy with that part of his game. Some excellent deliveries. And maybe that's the one thing that Murray's going to bring to this. As a British fan that has followed him over the course of his illustrious career, he put us through a few roller coasters, there's no question, early on. And the Serb fans won't be thanking him for that. But it was a successful first venture out for the two of them.
He did enough in the end, didn't he? But no, he was... Look, I don't know how many I'd give him out of 10 for the first two sets. But, what do you think? Somewhere between 6 and 7?
Yeah.
I think
more
that's
6 for him by his high standards.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think he was probably shocked a little bit by this young guy who really did, you know, surprise not only him but everyone. I think in the stadium, certainly. I think we were surprised, pleasantly so.
It's actually the only 8th time that he's ever dropped a first set in an opening round at a major. Here he is with Josh Eagle.
Novak, congratulations and welcome back here on this court that you've had so much success. Difficult start, but boy, you turned that around. That was a great performance in the end.
Yeah, in the end it was great, and I think he was a better player for set and a half, and he deserves every bit of applause that he got when he was exiting the court. It's a great performance. To be really honest with you, I've never seen him play up to maybe 3-4 days ago. So, you know, I didn't know much about him, and you know, these kind of matchups are always tricky, always dangerous. I mean, you're playing somebody that has, you know, nothing to lose. Obviously, first match ever for him at the Grand Slam level, and just a very complete player. Just he did very pleasantly surprised me with all of his shots, with fighting spirit towards the end. So I wish him all the very best for the rest of his career.
Hear, hear. Novak, one thing's for certain, you may not have seen him play, but I can guarantee he's seen you play. What was it like playing against a guy who, on his WhatsApp profile pic, he has a picture of you? What was that like?
I don't know what to say to that, to be honest. You know, I obviously try not to think about those particular things when I'm on the court. But I do appreciate the support and appreciation if that's how I'm supposed to get that. He's a nice boy. I mean, he's a teenager still. I think if he keeps going this way, honestly, like as I said, he didn't get carried away by the, you know, significance of the moment. You know, it's not easy stepping out on the center court for the first time and handling the nerves and all. I mean, he's handled himself really, really well. So, you know, I'm sure we'll see a lot of him in the future.
And Novak, there's been so much talk. It was great to have Andy Murray courtside, and I'm not so sure. A different experience for you, but I just want to ask, there's been a ton of questions about that relationship, but did you get to see Andy Murray ski in the off-season? Did you see his skiing skills?
No, not really. Actually, I saw what everybody else saw on the social media. You know, he's had a post about, you know, that questionable curve that he made with his skis, and it was his first skiing experience, so we kind of joke around about it, but it's all business now for us. You know, obviously thrilled to have him in my corner. I must say it was a little bit of a strange experience, you know, to have him right courtside in my box. You know, we played for over 20 years against each other on the highest level, and great to have him on the same side of the net. And he gave me some great advices, you know, mid-match. I think it's really good that we have an opportunity now to have a loud coaching on the same side, so we can exchange some feedback basically, and we can get our coaches to tell us what they really see from side of the court. And you know, it's a completely different angle and perspective when you're watching from the side, and he's been doing really well. And you know, it's been an enjoyable experience. Hopefully we don't stop here.
We hope so too. Novak Djokovic, congratulations into the second round, mate.
Yeah, Novak will be hoping that Andy's a better coach than he is skier.
Well, I didn't see that.
Yeah, well, it was green slope stuff, let me tell you, and I'm not even sure if it was green. I think they might need to bring another colour out, to be honest, but he is a successful coach, and that's what you need at the start. They've obviously got good chemistry. They've talked about it. It's a new experience for everybody here at the Australian, coaches sitting so close, and it looked as though they had a good little rapport there, especially at the end of the third set, but he had averted danger by then. There's some bigger tasks ahead, and it will be interesting to see how that goes. But he'll be satisfied by that run out. Obviously, Novak, it was a bit of an early stop in Brisbane. He's had a fairly long lead in here, and I think he'll be absolutely pleased that that's gone the way that it has.
Look, I think so. I mean, he's survived it. It didn't get overly serious, I don't think, in terms of him losing it, but at all. But he had to dig a little deeper, I think, than he thought maybe he would have to before they went out on the court. So, look, it was good enough, wasn't it? And we expect such a high level from this man every time he steps on the court. We just take it for granted. He's going to hit the ball out of the middle of the racket. He's going to move well, and he's going to show us all of his skills. But it's not so easy to do it every time.
No, it's not. He takes on a veteran now, Jaime Faria. He's 21 years old. He's got a 19-year-old. He's on a veteran now from Portugal. Had a sensational season last year. He won 4 titles in a row at Futures, a couple of challenges to get himself within touching distance of the world's top, and qualified for a slam at the first time. Again, with nothing to lose. That's a good win, particularly by the scoreline against Kotov. And then obviously things should get a little tougher for Djokovic, but credit to the Portuguese guy, and obviously a Pelka potentially floating for a rematch from Brisbane.
Well, it's over 5 sets. I think that makes a difference. You know, when you play a big server, they can be pretty scary, and you can't make too many mistakes over 3 sets. So if he does indeed get to Opelka and Riley gets to him, that'll have a slightly different perspective on it, that match.
Yep. That was the handshake moment. It was probably at the end of the second set where we moved ever closer to that with the physical problems that the American has. Novak clears the first hurdle in Melbourne once again.
Congratulations. Well played, Margaret. Pull that off.
Ivan Gulagong, ladies and gentlemen. Magnificent.
She's won it. Martina wins the Australian Open.
That's the man, the championship for Chris Ellen-Lloyd.
That'll do it. Very close. There's the new Australian champion.
We have a new champion, Martina Hingis.
Incredible.
Maria Sharapova is the champion. Azarenka has gone back-to-back in Melbourne.
Unbelievable effort.
Serena Williams wins her 7th Australian Open.
Osaka is champion in Australia. Spani, the champion.
Sabalenka, championships back-to-back.
It's women's singles first round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Japan, Naomi Osaka. And their opponent from France, Caroline Garcia.
Oh, it's great to be back for a rematch of a first round clash we had this time last year. Caroline Garcia, former world number 4, taking on a former Australian Open champion in Naomi Osaka. A little bit of a wait with Novak Djokovic, just getting it done in 4 sets here on day 2. It's the night session here at the Australian Open, and it's been a wonderful day's play once again. And that young lady there, Naomi Osaka, I'm sure she wouldn't have been too happy when she saw the draw. She had said a few months back that she's looking forward to coming back to the Australian Open, but hopefully she doesn't draw Caroline Garcia, and ironically it has happened for the 2nd year in a row.
Hi Naomi, this is Aki. He's gonna help us tonight. So ladies, after the coin toss, if I can please ask you to face both ways together with him for the photo, if that's okay. Just a few reminders. 1-4-1 warm-up, 25 seconds in between the points. The clock in all 4 corners. The clock is in all 4 corners. You have video review available here, so you can change the calls like not up, touch, through, fall shot, in case. And 3 incorrect changes to set. Any questions from your side? No? Who would like you to ask for a coin toss? Naomi, we have AO and John Newcomb. AO her choice. Well done. John Newcomb. Serve. Good match, ladies. Photos, please, both ways. The other one as well, please. Thank you. Good match, ladies. Thanks very much. Well done. You want to walk up there?
Caroline Garcia winning the toss and electing to serve first in this blockbuster first round. And my name's Josh Eagle, and a very good evening. Who's just flown in? Chanda Rubin, welcome down under.
I love being here. Our first match, my first match with you, and couldn't get much better than that. And we've got a good one coming up.
We certainly do. These are one of those mouth-watering clashes when you look through the draw. You go, boy, oh boy, this is difficult. So Caroline Garcia, 4th round in 2023, and has been right up at the top of the tree in the women's game, and got to as high as number 4 in the world, and promised to potentially go on and win a slam. Hasn't happened, and in a bit of a rebuilding phase, I would say, for Caroline.
It's been an interesting career when you think about Caroline Garcia. She's been one of the more durable players at Grand Slam level, with an incredible streak going on right now. And against Naomi Osaka, who her resume is well documented, 4 major titles to her name.
3
one of her
minutes.
7 titles. You would think she'd have way more, Osaka, but she's a big match player, and this is another opportunity for her.
Yeah, no doubt about it. She's knows how to win the big ones, and you've got to remember she's given birth, she's a mother, and she's on the comeback trail herself. So fascinated to see how that transpires for Naomi, and there's been a few changes in her team. She's brought on Patrick Mouratoglou, and I think it's been a good change, and she started the year well in Auckland.
She did, getting to that Auckland final, and she looked terrific in terms of the shot making. Obviously the serve is her big weapon. She got that going, but she was moving well. She was hitting quick and big from the ground in getting to that Auckland final, and even through the final, that first set of tennis, she looked in terrific form. So you just hope physically that she's ready to go here this first match, that she could bring that same type of tennis against Caroline Garcia.
She's a wonderful player when she is in full flight. There's no doubt about it. Naomi Osaka, we'd love to see her reaching the heights that we know that she's certainly capable of. Oh, it's a beautiful sight here in what is a beautiful city, Melbourne, where the Australian Open is in action. Well, we're lucky enough to have Patrick Mouratoglou courtside. Patrick, a very warm welcome to you. It's Josh Eagle, and I just want to say, Patrick, it's been, from the outside, a good change with what's happened with Naomi Osaka. She looked very good in Auckland.
Yeah, I think she worked, I can tell you she worked really hard to be in that position today. I think her game overall is much more consistent. She's her movement too. Now she has a very tough opponent, someone she played 3 times and lost 3 times last year. So it's going to be a very interesting first round and a good test for her.
You're liking her chances, given you did a really good off season and what you've been able to bring to her game. But what have you really been focusing on, Patrick?
First of all, consistency a lot. I felt last year she was able to play great for some time, but a lot of other moments there were too many unforced errors. I think it was important for her to bring back the basis of her game, being able to be, of course, aggressive, because that's who she is. She has a very aggressive game, but do it in a consistent way, and also the shot selection is very important, and understanding that she doesn't have to go for a winner on every single point. She can build, and she's able to now because she's back to a very good physical form.
Well, thank you very much for your time tonight, Patrick. We really appreciate it, and good luck tonight. It's a big night for you and the team. Go well.
Thank you very much.
Interesting there, Chandler, to hear Patrick say that she's in really good shape physically. I think that's a key for Osaka's game.
Yeah, I think that was what was most noticeable in Auckland, how good she looked physically, how instinctive she looked with her movement. That's a huge part of Osaka's game, because when she is on balance, when she can have just a little bit of time, she hits the ball as well as anyone.
Caroline Garcia to serve.
Caroline Garcia.
Ready.
To serve.
Play.
Yeah, there were some concerns after that Auckland final where Osaka had to retire after winning the first set. Looked like a stomach issue, but she seems so far like she's ready to go. It's never easy covering from something like that.
Caroline Garcia not playing any lead-in events. I know there's only 2 opportunities, 2 lead-in weeks of tournaments, and opting to come in fresh. It's not easy.
Yeah, she hadn't played Garcia since September. Bit unusual for the majority of players. But for some players, you know, they kind of get ready to shut the season down, feel like making a fresh start, something you decide on with your team as you look forward to the new season. Maybe Dylan, just a few things physically that she wanted to get in a better place.
And I think just when you read some of her posts on the social media sites, it was almost like she was just a little burnt out mentally, emotionally. She's been on the tour for a good amount of time. Currently ranked 67, and she was just a bit frustrated having to deal with all the expectation, I believe. Well, team, good start for Caroline Garcia.
First game. Yeah, terrific start for Garcia, who, you know, as you talked about, you spoke about an ongoing shoulder injury that she was dealing with, but also mentally and physically feeling a little burnt out, wanting to just reset, give herself some time to rebuild. Bit unusual not playing any lead-up events coming into the AO, but sometimes you just want to give your body the best chance to be ready for the start of the season. So difficult for these players when they're dealing with things constantly. Never completely 100%, but try to be as close to it at the beginning of the new year.
Naomi Osaka to serve.
And I think that's going to be the play for Garcia that she looks to implement often. Stepping in, she likes to take the ball early, steal time from her opponents. Second serves from Osaka will be a chance for her to do that. With these two, they played 3 times last season. And of course, you mentioned Josh playing at the AO here last year. Garcia getting that win. Osaka won in Doha, and then they played last time in Miami. And I remember watching the Miami match, and it just seemed like Osaka, she was there, but still not quite full throttle. She was working her way back, getting matches, live matches under her belt, and she was close. It was a tight 2-set match.
Yeah, long way down the track, isn't it? 12 months from where we were this time last year for Osaka. So both players holding serve comfortably.
1 game more.
And this is where you can maybe feel like you've settled in. Once you hold serve, kind of go through the initial tension, the initial butterflies, that first game. I mean, this is one of the tough first round matches of this draw. And when we saw the draw come out, a lot of people had their eyes on this one. One of those matches you cannot take for granted. Caroline Garcia, an interesting story and career she's had. You mentioned her career high, 4 in the world. Right now, she's sitting outside the world's top 50. Mentioned, you know, she shut her 2024 season down a bit early, so she lost some points there.
I don't think that would worry her, though. I think when you look at Garcia's history, she's a player that can get hot and win a lot of matches quickly and string together some, you know, even tournament victories. So I think it was, by the sounds of it, a wise decision just to take a bit of time out and.
Yeah, you think about the 2022 season. You talk about getting hot midway through the year. And she was having to play qualifying at a number of events and all of a sudden just turned it on. Cincinnati coming through qualifying, winning that event, winning the tour finals.
40-15.
Semis of the U.S. Open. I mean, it was quite a remarkable run, even for a player who can blow hot at any given moment.
Yeah, she had that other little hot stint, remember, a little earlier in her career in Asia.
Game, Garcia.
So good stuff there from Caroline Garcia. We're on serve, 2-1, first set. Well, it really is a wonderful sight. Rod Laver Arena here on this picturesque evening. It's been a glorious day here at the Australian Open. Weather has certainly turned it on. Just a little bit of a feeling out period here, Chanda, for both players, just trying to settle in. The conditions different. It's nearly 11:15 in the evening, so a little cooler down there at courtside.
It's a type of matchup with these two having played so often in a short period of time. It's the kind of matchup where you kind of know what you need to do. You know what you're trying to strategically implement out there. Question is execution. Listen, both these players are very comfortable taking risk, going big, trying to rush the other. And so, you know, who can be maybe a little braver in some of the bigger moments, some of the crucial moments. We've seen that in their previous matchups.
Yeah, really. Two of the absolute best ball strikers.
There's not a lot of players that can rush Osaka consistently, but Caroline Garcia is one of them. So we'll see how well Osaka stays settled through this match, how well she stays down and behind her shots. Yeah, just like that.
30.
It all starts with the footwork and getting in position and on balance. And of course, once Osaka is on the front foot, difficult to get her off.
It's a beautiful rhythm. I feel when she was at her absolute peak, the serve was just so dominant as well. The first serve in particular can be such a weapon.
Use.
And she just kind of pushed that serve a little bit. It dropped. She didn't quite catch it at its peak, so couldn't get up and out after it.
Gosh, she's getting some fabulous shape. That slider out wide.
Advantage, Osaka.
Yeah, keep paying attention to how well Osaka keeps the flow on her second serves, because Garcia is looking to step in. She's applying that kind of pressure.
Game, Osaka.
Yeah, good little fight there to get through the hole. 2-all. You can see Osaka going over there. On the right of the screen, that's Patrick Mouratoglou. He's coached a lot of the good players at the top of the tree, particularly on the women's side.
Yeah, he spent so many years, Patrick, with Serena, most notably.
Yeah, it was a change from Wim Fissette, who'd been coaching Osaka for some time, and now Wim Fissette coaching Iga Swiatek.
There's not many players that can hug the baseline the way Garcia does and still hit as big as she does. Short hopping some of those balls. Trying not to give up her positioning. Those are the kinds of points that Osaka wants to look to take advantage of. Opportunities to tighten these games up a little more in terms of the score line. Maybe force a few second serves from Garcia.
30-15.
That is terrific. Able to get on the outside of the ball with a similar look as what she uses for her tee serve.
30-40.
Looks so motivated tonight. This was a pretty good serve and then just didn't quite get it wide enough there, Garcia. He was always keen to come forward, not afraid to finish at the net. So a break point here for Naomi Osaka. Gets the first break. It's a pumped up Naomi Osaka. She leads 3-2 first set.
Osaka leads 3-2.
Wonderful city. Just around 11 p.m. local time here. Well, it's the night session. Day 2 here at the Australian Open, and what has been a fantastic day of tennis at Melbourne Park. In here on Rod Laver Arena, it's a good start for Naomi Osaka from Japan, the former champion, with a break. 3-2 first set. And Chanda really targeting that forehand, isn't she? That slider wide out to Garcia on the first court.
It allows Osaka to open up the court and create some space to Garcia's backhand. And it's more likely that Osaka will get a return up the middle.
Garcia.
Playing for that second ball, playing for that shot that she wants behind the serve. When you think about Garcia this time last year, she was inside the top 20, 19 in the world now. Just inside the world's top 60. Hasn't played a lot coming into this Australian Open. So much can be about momentum and that confidence that it brings. When you think about the type of game that Garcia has, it's a confidence game, and she's got to be feeling it. It's got to be instinctive. So that may be the challenge right now for the French woman. Just nothing you can do about those serves.
Right, it's a very different Naomi Osaka, isn't it? You can just see the body language, very vocal, you know, almost outwardly animated, which is great to see. That self-belief is coming back.
You think about that final in Auckland where she had won the first set 6-4 and had to retire, was playing lights out tennis, was up 5-1 against Clara Towson, and it was just the stomach injury that seemed to get in her way. And she was looking for her first title in a couple of years, her first title as a mom. So much on the line for Osaka, but you feel like it's coming. You feel like continues to play this kind of tennis. It's just a matter of time. You know, Garcia trying to put a pause in the Osaka train here.
ball just possibly, that's what.
And I think she was pantomiming that. It might have been going out, and Osaka took it out of the air.
Nice to see that smile and enjoying a tennis again. It's great to have Osaka back.
An important game for Garcia, and she is trying to keep the intensity up, keep herself within touching distance here in this first set.
Well done from Garcia. Just staying in touch, and it's just the one break still for Naomi Osaka. 4-3 first set.
Osaka leads 4 games to 3.
Garcia's partner there, got recently engaged last year.
Time.
Caroline Garcia's partner in the light blue, engaged around middle of the year last year, or at Urin. And then on the left is green, Julian Beneteau. He is the Fed Cup, or Billie Jean King Cup captain for France. Spirited hitting, free-flowing, really from both players, but it's Osaka who has just got the upper hand at the moment with pace and aggression.
15-love.
Great footwork.
Let's for service. Just sitting on it this time, Garcia. That's great timing.
That's the danger against Garcia, and there's a premium for Osaka getting that first serve in, but she can't just place it in. She's got to still go for it and hit her targets. And it's partly why we see Osaka going to that slider, trying to get on the outside of the ball, get it away from Garcia. Garcia handles pace very well, especially pace that's in her wheelhouse.
Game Osaka.
Oh, she'll enjoy that. That'll bring a smile to your face.
Osaka leads 5-3.
It's been a very disciplined match so far from Osaka, especially on serve. She's had a couple of double faults thrown in there, but she's come back, recovered nicely afterwards. You really see the intent behind just about every serve that she's thrown out there.
Love 15. Love 13.
Those are the kinds of misses from Garcia that don't really have a chance of clearing the net. Halfway up the net, didn't really get her feet in position.
It's been quick, hasn't it, this back end of the set. 3 set points for Naomi Osaka. That's an excellent start, isn't it? Naomi Osaka racing away with the first set. Just 29 minutes and 6-3. Oh, it's a pumped up Naomi Osaka. I haven't seen her this animated for some time. Chanda really looks to be enjoying the tennis. When we take a look at set 1 summary, it's good numbers there for Osaka.
Yeah, solid first serve percentage, but the points won behind the first serve, almost 80%. That is high, and that's been a key. She's pretty even, winner, sun, forced errors, and that means it's a pretty good differential because the forced errors, that's not a number we see, but she's been able to force a lot of errors from Garcia on top of the winners she's hit. So much for Osaka. Starts from the first serve, and in particular not allowing Garcia to play on the front foot behind second serves. And she's also been moving well, Osaka, finding the angles when she's needed it.
Yeah, I think the footwork, the movement, it looks improved. It looks a lot better. I think you're right, Chanda. It's the new and improved version from last year, that's for sure. Naomi Osaka. Excellent. Well, it's been the perfect start for Naomi Osaka. Played played first round this time last year, and it was Caroline Garcia who got the win, but we're seeing a lot better performance tonight from Naomi Osaka, fresh off of finals in Auckland a couple of weeks ago, well, really just a week ago, wasn't it, where she was up a set and had to pull out. Sometimes it can take, or it does take, a coaching change. You know, fresh voice, fresh eyes can just to freshen things up. That can really be the difference.
Yeah, I think for some players it's kind of a new beginning as well. You may be hearing some of the same things, but it's from a different perspective. Yeah. Maybe a different way of communicating that helps you understand it a little differently. Osaka worked with Wimfacet before her maternity leave and started struggling 2022 into the end of that season. And when she came back, they kind of talked about feeling like some things were unfinished. And so she came back from maternity leave, got back together with him. And I think they did do some nice building. Remember, Osaka didn't have a ranking coming back.
True.
Not easy to kind of reset and build from zero. So now 50 in the world starting this season. That's just wide. But Naomi Osaka had her daughter in 2023, and coming back beginning of 2024, she talked about she thought it would be quicker, her getting back physically, and some of what she had seen from other moms, it seemed a lot easier.
It hasn't been.
It hasn't been as easy, and I
mean, I think
everybody's different as well.
I think Svitolina's had great success as a mother coming back, but it's been a challenge. I think it's the expectation. I mean, Naomi Osaka is such a high achiever. She's contending for Grand Slams, and that's the sort of level that she was hoping to come back to quickly. Hasn't quite eventuated yet, but the form and the start to her season, I think it's looking really promising.
Well, I think, for moms that came back, Kim Kleister's really skewed the thinking of what's possible after coming back from maternity leave. And then, of course, Serena getting to multiple major finals not long after. Osaka mentioned, she thought the weight would just kind of melt off, and for her, it didn't happen as quickly. We saw Victoria Azarenka come back as a mom and seemed to get back into fitness pretty quickly, but didn't have the results as quickly as she might have liked. Everybody's story is a little bit different. It's a different existence once you do have a child as an athlete. Yeah, she thought that ball was just long, but it looked like it caught
Garcia.
A bit of the line. So Garcia here with immediate opportunities to open this second set.
Yeah, just skids when it hits that white line, the paint. a break for Garcia.
First game.
It's off to a better start. 1-love, second set.
That's got to be frustrating, though, for Osaka. She had the momentum. It looked like it was going to be a clean hold. And all of a sudden now, it's a big shift. Garcia getting her first break of the match.
Predictor. Well, that's probably about right at the moment. Started off as a favourite, Osaka, but now just by virtue of winning that first set, it just makes it that much harder for Garcia. We saw it a bit last year, really, for Osaka. Whilst she could play some really good stuff, then at the top end, her low end, where she would then go on a bit of a run and make quite a lot of unforced errors and just do a lot of damage to the scoreline.
It's maintaining that really even level of focus, and everybody has dips throughout a match where you hope it doesn't last long. You try to pull it back as quickly as possible. What you don't want is for it to last 3, 4, 5 points, where now you've lost a game or two because of it.
And I think Osaka, when she was at a peak, she was able to really hit her way out of trouble at times and really dominate. And of course that hasn't quite eventuated, so just trying to put all the pieces of the puzzle back together.
That's a little bit better here in these last couple of points. Now she's got a slight opening. But what a serve from Garcia. The body serve, so smart. To the Osaka's backhand. Most big hitters like to have a little space to swing away, and Garcia not giving it to her there. If you're Garcia, high risk as her game is, that's not a shot you want to hit from that position. Middle of the court, she's falling backwards, trying to go inside out and create all the angle with pace, a little bit flatter to the court. I mean, that's a ball you got to put a little air under. Live to fight the next shot.
Advantage, Osaka.
So a break point, chance hit. Body language has been awesome from Osaka. She's looking so locked in tonight.
Another smart change up from Garcia, not going for the pace, but just the slice to put it in a difficult position for Osaka. She had to get down really low. Not able to get the spin, come over that ball enough. So Garcia having a bit of fun on her side now.
Advantage Garcia.
He went to that abbreviated service motion, Garcia, about midway through her career, and I think it's better for her. I think she's seems really comfortable and confident with it, because the first part of her career it could get a bit inconsistent. It was more of a usual backswing and service motion. That's a good hold in the end. So a little bit of a shift in the scoreboard here.
2 games to love.
To love Garcia.
And it looks like a more frustrated, kind of dejected Osaka. Getting broken the first game of this set. And it looked like she had control, and then having opportunities to break back and not getting it. So it's a bit of a hard reset for Osaka here.
Thank you.
You're right, Chandler. She probably feel a little hard done by. She's had game points both of these games. Could easily be 6-3 to love, and in cruise control, it's back to the drawing board. Wow, that's a huge swing.
15 love.
Yeah, the good part about Caroline Garcia's mindset is she can let go of some of these kinds of misses, come right back and make the same move.
She's always enjoyed, hasn't she, returning up on the baseline or inside the baseline. Really from early days in her career.
And she's actually staying back a little further. A lot of times she's inside the baseline, well inside the baseline. But she's got to respect Osaka's serve, her ability to get just a little more kick on the ball, the pace as well.
Game Osaka.
So it's a love service hold for Naomi Osaka. She has the first set, but it is 2-1 Garcia second set.
A bit of a steadying game there for Naomi Osaka. On her necklace, name of her daughter, Shy. Able to keep a positive mindset, and you mentioned it, Josh. You see it in her body language, trying to project and stay positive with her mindset, and that's a big part of coming back and continuing to improve and work your way into top level in terms of your match toughness.
Time.
That's a beautiful sight, isn't it, over this fantastic venue here at Melbourne Park. Day 2 here at the Australian Open, and we are well into the night session, where it's a 2-time former champion Naomi Osaka with the first set, and Caroline Garcia with a break in the second.
love.
You think about how well Caroline Garcia can hit the ball when she's on balance, but Osaka's working to get her stretched out, to get her leaning or lunging just a bit more, where she can get a few more of those kinds of misses.
Yeah, served well tonight, Caroline Garcia. The first serve percentage is high. It's 82%. That's a really good number.
That's another one of those shots where Garcia is falling backwards. And maybe when she's got a few more matches under her belt, she's a little more confident she can come closer to making those shots, but another miss from that position. That is a well-constructed point. The change-up, using the slice, and then going back to her topspin.
Yeah, it's an effective shot, isn't it? That slice, it stays low, it shoots through.
Juice. Advantage Garcia.
Well, that's good kick, isn't it, from Garcia? Good variation, just getting it up high.
Garcia leads 3-1
for Osaka and keeps a hold of this break here. 3-1.
Yeah, she's tightened it up a little bit, Garcia, in this second set. In terms of the unforced errors. Playing overall pretty high percentage tennis.
Well, I do think, Chandler, that she knows that her game style is aggression and big hitting. She seems very comfortable with making a few extra unforced errors and getting back to the job. And a lot of players, that would really bother them. But I think her attitude's been great tonight as well, Garcia.
Yeah, and I think for Garcia, it's about playing first strike tennis. When you think about this second set, and right now, about halfway through, but Osaka with just one winner in this second set. In the first, they were coming a lot quicker. And I think part of that has to do with Garcia just being a little clearer on the aggressive style that she's trying to play. Can Osaka have just an easier service game here?
She certainly does have an easier service game. It's a love hold. Garcia, though, with the lead. 3-2 second set.
3 games to 2.
Yeah, overall, it's Caroline Garcia that wants to be the one with the say in rallies, and that's a lot more difficult against a player hitting the ball like Osaka. But we see it, I think, in the second set, her just trying to press a little more in that department. It started with that first break of serve for Garcia to start the second set. That gave her a little more of a boost. So I think a part of it is also just a bit more positive energy from the French woman.
Time.
Well, it's women's first round action here at the Australian Open. Naomi Osaka off to a great start in the first set, 6-3. Looked like she was going to go on with it early in the second, but it's been a fight back here from Caroline Garcia. Up a break and leading 3-2.
Love. Dirty love.
Severe angle from Osaka. Just what she needed. Trying to open up the court. Perfect way to do it. One of the positives of the Garcia game is that she knows exactly how she needs to play. Always looking and pushing forward. That means no hesitation.
Such a skillful player, Garcia. She's done it all. Had such success in doubles as well. Well done, Caroline Garcia, 4-2.
Garcia leads 4 games to 2.
Are you surprised that Garcia hasn't done a little better in a Grand Slam throughout her career? Well, you know, maybe a final. Or, I know it's a big ask to win a Grand Slam, but...
Yeah, I think at one point, definitely would have said, no question. I mean, she's gotten to a major semi. She's gotten to quarterfinals. She's gotten to the round of 16 of all 4. Round of 16 or better. But with her game, and certainly when she got to the semifinal of the US Open, you could see her playing at that level, winning a major.
Yes. Shots like that
15 all.
Yeah, you just wonder.
Look how far inside the court she was. That's more of the return position we've seen in Garcia when she's been at her best.
Oh, brilliant. What a pickup.
How did she make that shot? I mean, Osaka had control until the very last ball.
That is one for the highlights reel. Have a look at this squash shot forehand here on end range. That's how I felt. Makes no mistake of it, and she's staying in touch in the second set, Osaka. It's 4-3, Garcia.
Garcia leads 4 games to 3.
Good court coverage here from Osaka as well, just showing that she's also capable of something special here.
And both players have done a nice job on serve. You know, Osaka just the one break point she faced, and Garcia able to get the break to start this second set, but before and since it's been pretty solid. Can Garcia maintain this level down the stretch of this second set?
Time.
A shot back into the city here from Melbourne Park. That's a good crowd still in. They've really loved day 2 here at the Australian Open. Novak Djokovic getting a win a little earlier in the men's.
Thank you.
That we think of
15 love.
Garcia's game as maybe a little more high risk because she hits big, she takes the ball early, sometimes short hopping it. That adds to the difficulty of these shots. But it's the way that Garcia has found to be most successful in her game. And she talked about this during that 2022 season, second half of the season, when she shot back up the ranks. But it was that kind of clarity in terms of her game, accepting the misses and getting right back to hitting big. Garcia continues to squeeze some of the space that Osaka has to hit into, and that miss, you can see the irritation.
Yeah, she's been great mentally all match, and this is the first time we're just seeing maybe not frustration, but not as up and about.
It's one of those matches, though, that can change very quickly, and both players have to realize that, because the other can create so much off of their racket. Change the momentum with one swing. So sometimes the irritation, whatever little frustration we might see, comes from understanding that. Neither wants to allow the other to get ahead of steam, but right now this match still very much in the balance as Garcia is trying to take it the distance. You can see just a little difference in Osaka quickly coming out of her serve, getting behind a few more of those shots. Some of it's a little more pace from Garcia.
15-13.
Yeah, she'd like to hold on here, wouldn't she, Naomi Osaka, just to get one more opportunity on return. I feel like this is such a big match for both players, just to kickstart their year. She's afraid of serving to the Garcia backhand on a second serve. She knows the ball's going to come back hard and quick. So set point now for Garcia. What a way to wrap it up in the second set. Caroline Garcia. We're at 1 set all.
That's just the type of tennis that Caroline Garcia was searching for. He's just a little bit off in the first set. Wasn't quite at full throttle, but has turned it on in the second, and some difference in the numbers for Garcia. A little bit better. The points won behind her first serve, and still a good percentage of first serves. Look at the drop-off, though, in Osaka's first serve percentage to 29%. Garcia was able to take advantage of that with some second serves, especially on set point, and the winners to unforced errors. That was a big change in the second set as well, with Garcia so much more clean. Conversely, Osaka with double the unforced errors as winners. So often in the second set, we saw Garcia stepping in, leaning on the ball. She started stepping way in on second serves, further in than she had been in the first set, and that kept the pressure on Osaka, just didn't give her as much space to breathe. And to close out the set, just what the doctor ordered.
Well, it's been fast and furious tonight here with Naomi Osaka and Caroline Garcia, two of the big hitters, great ball strikers on the women's tour. Osaka with the first. Garcia has hit back and done very well in this second set, and will serve first in the third. Just lacking a little bit of margin at the moment, Osaka, in some of these shots. They're not missing by much, but that just tells me it just needs a little more shape on the shot.
When you look at a match like this and you try to pinpoint what has changed, and certainly Garcia has been cleaner. She's been able to hit big and be a little bit more consistent. That has allowed Osaka to not be able to get behind as many shots as she was doing in the first set. So you see some of the shots like that where she didn't quite get up to it. She's just a step slower from how big she is trying to hit it. And when you're not quite behind the ball, that can be a disaster when you're trying to still hit as big as Osaka is. And it's hard to tell, Josh, if it's maybe more physical or if it's more mental. Certainly a combination with what Garcia is throwing out there, but it just seems to be more of a struggle for Osaka physically to get in the position that she's trying to get into. A little bit of a miss hit on the forehand, but Osaka will take it.
Yeah, I just feel maybe Osaka's so intent on the result or getting the win. She's sort of that middle bit, the process of just doing it and doing things very well, just gone away from that a fraction. It's a good start for Garcia once again.
First game, final set.
Just needs to be a little more patient, I would have thought, Osaka.
Yeah, Osaka having a few words with her coach, Patrick Mouratoglou there. as she needs to figure out a way to steady herself at the beginning of this set. This is where she struggled beginning of the second, dropping her serve early, never recovered. It's not easy to maintain a positive energy and positive demeanor when you're under so much pressure as Osaka has been.
Yeah, this is a real interesting stage, I feel, Chandra. If Garcia can keep on a roll, she's looking good at the moment. I think Garcia just with the upper hand.
Oh, she made that. The angle from Garcia out of almost nowhere. My goodness.
Well, we know what she's capable of. That's got to be frustrating. That's an excellent serve. That's the serve she wants, because she gets the slider wide. She knows that Garcia is not taking a big cut at it.
But this is where Osaka's got to be careful, because that last forehand, that was an all or nothing. She was going for the winner. Didn't want to have to play multiple shots behind that ball. And you mentioned it, Josh. She's got to be a little more patient, even when she's going for it.
That's a better rally from Osaka. More shape, more patience.
It's so easy to want to hit the knockout blow, to hit the winner and be done with the point, but
because she can.
She can.
Yeah.
But at this stage, she's got to build back a little bit and accept where she is right now.
Oh, well done. What a great serve. The one serve, Chandra, we haven't seen Osaka use much is the body serve. The body forehand, maybe just tie up Osaka, stop her from having a big swing. That's a great shot. Great depth and a good response from Osaka when she needs it. 1-1, third set.
One game on.
It is not easy to have the discipline you need against an opponent that you know can go from defense to offense with one swing, but that is exactly what Osaka was able to do in that last service game. Osaka again complaining about that shot, but it's all electronic calling. And she...
You saw it differently?
She's not agreeing with the calling, but I don't think she's wrong on that one, actually.
30-love.
That's nicely done. A little more finesse from Osaka to go along with the power. Got in position early, and that's been one of the differences the last couple of games. So she had a little time and didn't just go for pace, but got around the outside of that forehand.
That's what I like from Osaka when she doesn't try and change direction. She goes across her body. It's a safer shot. It's a more of a percentage play. So when you're starting to make a few too many unforced errors, just revert back to the safest and the easiest or your best shot. And that's it right there for Osaka.
I think this is where Osaka has to be careful that she's not just going big, but pretty close to the middle. I mean, that's what Garcia is looking for, where she doesn't have to move north, east, west very far.
That was a difficult shot, wasn't it? The slice forehand, that stays low. Osaka, not only does she get down low enough, but she's gone back inside in on a low backhand. This is a pretty difficult shot to execute. Look how low Osaka got down.
Well, it started with the forehand and her ability to just open up a little more court, a little more space. And in some ways, it's a simple game plan, but it's not easy to execute. And Osaka now with a break point.
That's a good fight back from Osaka. And she finds herself in front in this third set, 2-1.
Osaka leads 2-1.
What a terrific series of points from Osaka, starting with the hold of serve. To really give herself some momentum, a springboard for this elevated level that she has found the last couple of games. This is where if you are Osaka, you realize what you just did those two games. Didn't give Garcia two balls in the middle of the court back to back. Focused on moving the ball, creating some open space.
Time.
It's been all quality tonight here. Especially on Rod Laver Arena, where Naomi Osaka has wrestled the lead back in this match. It's 2-1 with a break. Third set, her attitude's been fabulous. She's just the last 5 or 6 minutes really brought this crowd to life.
Yeah, there's some exposure for Osaka when she has to throw in that second serve. That one is sublime. Focus on getting the first serve in, but Osaka not quite hitting the target. And it's Garcia with a slight opening. Redirect.
Yep. Instinctive from Osaka, and that's a great response, especially down break point. You can just see she's working so hard just to maintain this lead. Would love the win, but you just got to find a way to earn it, and she's battling so well here, Osaka. And you wouldn't imagine that this is a first round, given the emotion that she's showing, Osaka.
That's well measured.
Yeah, that's right. It's got to feel good. Saving a break point and consolidating 3-1. That's it.
There's some matches, first round matches, where you know you have to bring your best level. You've got to bring a high level of intensity. You don't have time to work your way into the tournament. This is one of those matches. We saw it when the draw came out. These two, well aware, based on the history between them, have split their previous 4 meetings. And this one is the toughest one yet in this third set.
Love.
That's nicely done by Garcia. You could see Osaka working on margins, trying to get it wide enough, not give Garcia anything she could step in on, and Garcia still found a terrific angle. But these are the types of games, if you are Osaka, you just have to say too good. If she can serve this way and play behind the serve, it's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to hold. And Osaka just get back to doing the same. But in the meantime, if you are Osaka, you don't make it any easier on her. Just keep pushing the envelope that way, seeing if Garcia can respond.
Well, still staying in touch here, Garcia, but it is Naomi Osaka with the break leading 3-2 final set.
Now, this match has gotten good in terms of both players playing at a good level, a high level at the same time. Started seeing it the second game of this third set where Osaka responded and pushed back. And now it just seems like it may be a stretch run to the end. Osaka, of course, with the advantage if she can continue to hold serve.
I feel like there's a few more twists.
There could be. There could be.
I think it's you know, when you're sitting down there at 3-2, you think, well, it's only 12 points away, but
it's a long way away.
Yeah, it really is. Especially when you haven't had accumulation of wins. It's been a shootout, this one so far. Naomi Osaka quick out of the gates, nabbing the first set 6-3. Equally, Garcia with the second. And just up a break now, Naomi Osaka.
Lights for service.
3-2 final set.
That wide serve has been valuable for both players. They are each trying to get the other hitting off balance, especially on that forehand side. That type of point that makes Garcia so tough to play against. You know, Osaka working to try to stay neutral, try not to give up positioning, and Garcia finds an angle through force of will.
Oh, it's not all power. It's finesse as well. A couple of break points here for Garcia now.
And here's that twist you were talking about, Josh.
No, it's so hard to win, isn't it? It sounds like it should be very simple, but this game's complicated.
At her best, Osaka was able to play these kinds of clutch points on serve. She's facing another break point.
Oh, that's wild. She was leaning, Garcia was leaning on that forehand. That's the danger, isn't it? You miss your first serve and she returns so well, Garcia, especially off the backhand side. Such a simple swing. Not a lot's going to go wrong there.
That almost forces Osaka to go for a little more on the second serve, and she did there. Went for the slider, getting it further away from Garcia. It's risky, trying to go for that placement on a second, but it pays off there.
Advantage, Osaka. Game, Osaka.
What a fight from Naomi Osaka.
Osaka leads 4 games to 2.
4-2, final set. These are the sort of matches that can give you so much confidence if you can just get through them.
Yeah, you kind of feel like Osaka's due for a big win. Think about the way she started this year, finals in Auckland, playing a terrific level of tennis. Think about how well Osaka moved up the rankings last season. She was the biggest mover rankings-wise out of players ending in the top 100. And paying her dues to get to this moment, to get this opportunity. Just unplayable. There's no way to respond to that kind of forehand. Osaka doing everything right, and Garcia just comes up with something better.
40 love.
And in this match, both women have to accept a certain number of winners that will come from the other side. There's nothing they've done wrong. It's just the skill level of the player on the other side.
Garcia.
So it just stays in touch here, Caroline Garcia. But it's Osaka still with a break, 4-3, final set. I think both girls would have really enjoyed this match so far, irrespective of course, the win or the loss, but they've both competed so well. I've been super impressed with Garcia, given she hasn't played since September.
I think it took her a set, Garcia, to really settle in, catch up to some of the pace off of Osaka's racket. But this is the type of game we've seen Garcia play, getting the top 10 in the world. Playing with a bit of joy as well. We're seeing the smiles that she's has on her face at times. She's down a break here, but she's maintained pretty positive demeanor so far.
Time.
Some of the past champions and the great champions of the Australian Open, and Naomi Osaka, a two-time winner here in 19 and 2021. Just a couple of games away from a first round win here against Caroline Garcia. That's a better serve. That's into the body. That's sliding into the body.
Garcia.
51% of first serves in. Started off a lot higher.
Another excellent body serve.
40-15.
Yeah, it's the one. That's the one. That's the serve that just stops Garcia from having a really big swing at these second serves, and it's been good IQ from Osaka just to put that change in these last few service games.
Let for service.
Osaka.
Just one game away now. The former champ.
Osaka leads 5 games to 3.
Just a few too many unforced errors here for Garcia in this third set. That's been costly. And just 2 points away now. Naomi Osaka. It's impressive. What a way to bring up match point for Naomi Osaka.
Love 14.
She got a little tentative there, Osaka.
15-14.
Haven't seen her pull off of her shots that way, back away from her shots that way, but she's got a couple more opportunities.
Osaka is back big time. That is a great win. Had to fight hard. 6-3, 3-6, 6-3.
This is a well-tested matchup between these two. A fifth time playing, and it's Osaka who takes the lead in the head-to-head. It was an impressive match, the way she came out, moving well, hitting big, controlling play. Things shifted in that second set, and Osaka had to shift with it against a game Caroline Garcia, but Osaka did just that. She got back to dictating. More winners than unforced errors down the stretch, and Garcia didn't play badly, just a couple of shots here or there where she missed her opportunities, but so much of it was about Naomi Osaka.
Excellent performance from this young lady. And if she can continue with that type of form, we'll see a lot more of her racing back up the rankings. This was a quality match.
At one point, we had both players finding a high level, and it was Osaka in the end who gets the win.
Congratulations, Naomi. What a great match. Great ball striking from both of you. But it was the same court, same opponent, 12 months later. What was so different about today? What do you feel were the changes that you made 12 months on?
I mean, I think I grinded on the tour a little bit. But yeah, I feel like it's a really big coincidence that I'm playing her again. But yeah, I just tried to do my best. And I know we played night match last time as well, so it felt a little familiar.
And it was a match where you knew what you were going to get almost. Both of you hit the ball so big. But did it help you, the fact that you've already made a final this year, just recently in Auckland, to have that match practice behind you coming into a really tough first round?
Yeah, definitely. I think just being able to play so many matches in New Zealand and then coming here, obviously I had to withdraw from the final because I got injured, and I didn't serve too many times before this match, but I'm really happy with how it went.
For someone who didn't serve very much before the match, it looked like the serve was just fine, but catching a couple of ball tosses, did you feel like that was maybe just because of a lack of practice over the last few days?
Yeah, a little bit. I also think it was a little windy, but overall I'm just really grateful to, I guess, get the opportunity to play on Rod Laver again. I was a little shocked when I saw the schedule, and it's a really big honor for me. So thank you guys for sticking around. And yeah, I really hope that I get the chance to play in front of you all again, and thank you for the support.
And lastly, tennis and life on tour can sometimes be so all-consuming, but I'm sure you've had home on your mind recently. You've been a resident in Los Angeles for many years now. Is there a message that maybe you want to send back home and to the community and all your friends and family there?
Yeah, it's so funny. I was watching the fire map, and the fire is like 3 blocks from my house. So I had someone go and get my daughter's birth certificate and all that because I didn't know what would happen if that burned down. But I guess sending all my love to LA. And I know we hear about fires, but for me in particular, I didn't know like how devastating it could be. And yeah, I just hope everyone's doing well, and I'm sending them all my love.
So many Aussies are sending you their love as well. Congratulations, though, through to the second round. We look forward to seeing you back out here.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Very popular Naomi Osaka here. Plenty of fans and a lot to cheer about with what was one of her best performances on a big stage since she's been back.
Yeah, and especially against this particular opponent in Caroline Garcia. It was a match we heard her talk about, 12 months on, and what a difference it has been. Naomi Osaka has played a lot of matches. She has gotten back into match fitness. The confidence was there, and when it mattered most, she was able to once again raise her level, and that is the mark of a champion. She's a 4-time major winner. She's keen to get back to the winner's circle at this level. It was a terrific match overall. High level for both players, but it was the serve from Osaka in the end, especially the points won behind the first serve, 78% of those points. And the winners, 25 winners, 28 unforced errors. Both players did a good job in that department, but Osaka down the stretch in the third had more winners, fewer unforced errors, and she was able to generate that extra break point in the third to get her over the line.
So as we take a look at the draw here, Coco Gauff up the top there. It's going to be very dangerous. She's in great form.
This doesn't get any easier. No. I mean, you look at Osaka next in Karolina Muchova, and potentially Belinda Bencic in the third round for whoever wins that one. I mean, this is an interesting section of the draw with Coco Gauff in it. Yeah. But first things first, you get through these kinds of matches and you toss the balls up and you give yourself a chance to fight another day.
Yeah, she will, and you're right. This is a very tough part of the draw. But it's been such a great performance, I think, from Naomi Osaka, and I'm sure, Chandy, you will agree, that was a bounce-back win for Naomi Osaka. She is safely through in 3 tough sets over her good friend Caroline Garcia.